Hello, 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 hello. How's it going there, FS Gamer? How's it going there, Citrus? How are you guys? So, doing a bunch of build work here. Been kind of thinking what I want to be building here. Kind of had a little bit of builder's block trying to figure that out. It seems like the game is in good shape here for moving forward with some of the stuff. A bunch of stuff I need to do, like I need to use Mr. G's winning build from the last build series. I need to work on some of the build reviews. A lot of that stuff was tied up because kind of just seeing, you know, how the hotfixes were going. I think most stuff is fixed. There are some strange use cases where it's not working. I think at this point it's mostly down to the way people build things. You know, pretty much all my stuff's working. So, you know, I will reach out to people and ask if their stuff is working before I utilize any of that for any stuff that I owe them. So this is a Heston Baler. It's my favorite Baler model. It needs some work, but I'm just kind of playing around, just kind of doing some mechanical ideas and stuff, and enjoying the game. So let's kind of look. Be probably moving all around with some builds. You know, I've been taking a little break, so it's kind of nice to get back and do some builds. So we have a moving plunger in there, so let's turn this on. So the pickup works. The plunger is, it's hard to see the plunger, but it's actually going forward and back. You can see the plunger there moving forward back. We have the pickup can be lowered there. We have the bale roller goes down. So just mostly for funsies. You can see it's hard to see because it's black on black in there, but the you can see the plunger moving back and forth. So just kind of something fun. I want to build like a bunch of PTOs and stuff. So it is currently using essentially this PTO system here. So PTOs, somebody asked about that. It's power takeoff. So what you're essentially doing is you have a connection. Let me see if we can find a pic here of PTOs. Let's see. We'll do tractor PTO. This PTO also stands for paid time off. All right, so if we look at some PTOs here, on the back of the tractor, you have this pin. And that goes through the gearboxes and it rotates. And so you would hook it to a PTO shaft. So there's a PTO shaft, and you would snap this on the pin, and then that rotates. It has a couple universal joints here, and it then rotates and it powers the implement. So some of the implements are hydraulically driven, some of them are PTO. So like this looks like PTO to either, it's probably a generator. Yep, that's a generator. I didn't see any hydraulic lines. So generator, like here's a mower. You can see the PTO goes in, and that's what turns the mower. So you don't have to have a separate motor on the implement. You know, imagine how expensive and how much maintenance that would take if you had to, every time you need to hook up to a new implement, you know, it had its own system. So like here's another, I don't know if this is a mulcher or a mower, but PTO going to a gearbox there and turning the mower or mulcher. Here is a stump grinder, same thing, PTO going to turn that. I really wish they would add this functionality to the game. I should make a feature request at some point. I think it's reasonably easy to add. You're just passing the information, you know, along the pipe, and then you'd have to do, for example, small velocity pivots. You could pass torque info through. If you could do that, you could make it work. Bunch of cool PTO stuff here, but so I kind of simulated the PTO. Not gonna be able to do it for real, but so this is kind of my simulated PTO system, and it's pretty simple. So what happens is here is a velocity pivot, and then it's just a couple connectors. I like the connectors because they flex. You start putting in these pivots, it tends to be pretty large and cumbersome. No, Mohawk. And so what it does is it takes the rotational speed from the throttle and it outputs it. So you pretty much just take the rotational speed of the throttle and it logs it here as a composite on channel 1. And then that composite channel will go through the connector. That's another reason I like using the connectors, is I can pass some electrical and other composite information through that. So that comes in here. It will go to this connector, and then it sends it to this panel, which essentially just does the opposite. It takes the rotation of this throttle, passes it through, and then it rotates its own. Of course, IRL, this one would be turning everything, but not going to be able to get that to work properly. I had it working a little bit if I did 2 connectors, but it's too cumbersome, and it's actually not turning any of the stuff. You still have to fake it, so this system just works better. So you have your PTO shaft here, and as you can see, you turn on the front, it passes the speed information through, and then this one turns at the same rate. And that works as a universal joint. This works essentially as a universal joint. So, kind of neat. And then what would happen is, for example, the plunger, the pickup, all that, would then be, it would take the rotation information from this, and it would spin all your implements at the same rate. And then what I'd like to do is eventually make a system where each particular implement has a certain amount of load, and that information is passed back through. And so say the baler is very heavy on load, and that would actually slow your engine down. Or not necessarily slow your engine down, but for example, it might have a braking force, or it might reduce the clutch a little bit so that it acts as though you have a big heavy implement operating in the back. Because as you're giving away horsepower, this is giving some of the engine's horsepower out to the implement. You're naturally going to have some slowdown, and you're essentially giving away some of your horsepower. So let's go ahead, and I want to change some of this up. It's a little bit too cumbersome. All right, so let's undo that really quick. I'll show you why I use this. The reason I like these pistons, unfortunately they're enormous, is when you disconnect, like in real life you just snap this apart, you can then take the PTO and you can disconnect it and you can manhandle it like so. And so that's why I like this, but unfortunately it's super huge. So what I think I'm going to do is, there's another thing I like to do sometimes. Let's take a suspension. Put that there like so. And we'll cut this. And then what we do is just drag that power down to as low as... I wish we could get it to 0, can't, but it's a little power... Probably should merge that, huh? There we go, merge that. There we go. And so this just shortens it up. So this should work identically, as you can see. So that works identically. We'll see how the detach works on it. So you see it wants to spit itself out all the way, but that's fine because it's a lot shorter, and that will help quite a bit here. Oh, nice. 8-speed tractor gearbox. Yeah, so I'm kind of gonna be all over in this. I'm still like struggling to kind of figure out what I want to build. Like there's one thing I would love to start some new airplane, but I know if I do that, that's like a very long process. So I think I'm going to kind of work on a tractor, some gearboxes. I think that'll be fun. I think the game's in a good state here for where it is now. Some of the grouchies were grouchy about yesterday's update. They thought, they were being criticized by it. I think if you feel like you were criticized by yesterday's announcement, potentially you're part of the people who were overreacting, or being, having no chill, let's put it that way. I'm certainly not offended by anything the dev said because, I didn't freak out, and so it's, I think that's kind of some of the issue with that, but I won't go into that drama bullshit for too much. So this is currently how I have this PTO set up on this machine. I'm going to try to, so currently I have it hanging off of this connector, and that lets it that gives it rotational freedom as well. It might work with the just the universal joint. I do have to work on it to see, so I might just put on a universal joint and see what I can do on this, but this is gonna get shortened, so let's go ahead and we will shorten this out. And I'll put because like it's completely ruining the tongue. Like the tongue is supposed to be right here, and I have to have it way out because of this, the length of it. So I'm going to go ahead and we'll go max power to 1. We'll grab this. Alright. And then is that all joined up? It is. Okay, good. And so let's see how that sits. So this should auto grab this connector. I'm going to change that tongue up, but that's for storage. So you're essentially going to store like that, and then you're going to connect, and you'll hook it to the PTO instead. And so I'm going to put some logic in there to fix that. Let's work on this tongue. I want to work on the tractor. You know, this of course has no functionality, but you know, part of this is it's like, you know, how I used to play with Legos when I was a kid. You know, I'd make little airports and, you know, make yards, truck yards and all sorts of stuff like that. And it's kind of the same I like to do in game, you know, just playing with the machines, you know, and that's what I like to do. Let's see, could you go like that? That's gross. Let's go like this. Trying to see if I can come in earlier. So let's try this here. I'm going to try a couple things. I want to get this kind of... Now, I want this low as to the ground as possible, so I'm trying to think. Let's see. That's pretty good space-wise, I think. Then I need a PTO connection here. So it's just a grabber for the PTO. So what will essentially happen is this will not be able to connect to this one because that will cause me problems. We'll see if I can get one here. Let's see if I can get that to connect there. It's probably going to be iffy, but wants to actually grab there. I might have to push this out one. Yeah, it's not going to want to connect there. It's going to cause problems. So we're going to go like this. Put a hole in the floor for the 900th time. So, trying to keep this a little bit more compact, but, you know, I think, at this point, I kind of, you kind of have to think about, we have the parts we have, not the parts we necessarily always want, and I don't let it frustrate me anymore. It's just kind of like, it would be great if I had a part that I could make that look a little bit more how it's supposed to look, but, I'm not going to cry about it either. I'm just going to work with what I have. All right, so that stows nicely. So that stows there, and then we would grab it. And I need to see how long it is. It needs to grab on the back of the tractor. See, this is where my problem might be. I need it in line with this, so it should be. It can stick out one block. That's fine from the tractor connector. So we'll see how that plumbs up. I could also push this forward a little bit. We'll see. Yeah, so this is going to need a hard connection, and that's never gonna, the suspension's never going to compress. So I will get rid of this. This was on there for the long donger. I don't really need that anymore. So let's see. So I have to worry about the plunger. So the plunger is kind of neat how this works. You have 2 rotary pistons here. And then you have some arms, and then this is a bearing, so it's just free spinning. It has a connector on it, and then there's a sliding track here, and that sliding track then connects to the plunger. And so the way a baler works is it has tines, and the tines kick up the straw or the grass or the hay, and it kicks up into here, and then there's another rotary force, and it puts it through knives that trim it up, and it's kicked up in front of the plunger, and the plunger goes forward and back, and each time it plunges it makes a flake. So essentially just like kind of a square of hay, straw, grass, alfalfa, whatever the hell you're putting in there, and it will push it back, push it back, push it back, and then there are knotters. This is the knotter axis here, and so some knives go up, and the knives go up through the bale with the twine, and then they're knotted, and that will make your bale. That's how you can make variable length bales and all that cool stuff. And so that's kind of what that's all about in there. let's see. So I put that functionality, and I really like the mechanics of it. That's one of my favorite things about the farming equipment is just the mechanics is really cool. So we should be able to put in a pivot here. Should be able to put this in here. Low enough. Part of it, I have to make sure that nothing hits the plunger, so that's a big deal, is making sure that nothing I put in here actually hits that plunger. Because that, you know, it actually will just stop in game. It's not the end of the world, but it is kind of annoying. So I always have to come in here and check the plunger to make sure the plunger's not hitting anything. So I don't, let's see. Okay, it is hitting the plunger, as you can see, so that's not good. So let's see, I could off-kilter it just a hair. Let's see. Lost in there, let me find this. Okay. So we could go down and forward, like so. Let's try that. Again, just need this not to hit the plunger. Because that plunger should be free spooling, so. And then this can attach there. Alright, we'll spin up the plunger again. And now that's free spinning, so you can see the plunger just going now, fine. And then I'll probably just get rid of that pipe and make an invisible connection. But yeah, so that's the Baler actually functioning and rolling, which is nice. You know, if this was wider, I could put in railing pieces for the tines, but I can't really do it, so. And then let's detach this, and I want to see. Okay, perfect. So that lines up almost perfectly with the connector there. Beautiful. All right, good. Let's quickly put a save on this. All right, and now I'm gonna make a connection. It's gonna be a tractor connection. So this is all the stuff for the actual tractor. So let's quickly just cut that. And I'm actually just gonna grab all this. I just did the new version we just worked on. I want to grab all this crapolas. Let's go load content. We want this PTO as the new one. There we go. Alright, and we'll cut that. Alright, good. So we can put these parts in here. Just gonna quickly do a color swap-a-roni. There we go. Alright, so this is gonna be the PTO, and then we need the tractor's connection. So I'm gonna do one apart. So let's go. So that's going to be the main connector for the tractor. The main pintle. Like so. All right. This is kind of just the mock-up of all of it. And so I want to see how this connects to the tractor. Let's not cut it. Let's just copy it. Alright, so that looks too low. So that needs to go up one. Okay, up one there, right there. Alright. So that's going to be our simulated tractor. And that should freewheel and connect fine. And then that will be the pintle connection there. Grab this here. And then we'll make a copy of this. I keep not copying them. I keep cutting them. There we go. Let's just stick this somewhere obvious for now, and I will hide it later. Alright, and we'll plumb all this up. So this will be here. And then we will go... That goes to rotational speed. And then we want to do composite goes to there. This goes to there. And then this will go out to the plunger and the reel. Nope, that doesn't go to the reel. Shit. Where is it? Right here. Right there. All right, and then this goes to, that's the pickup. All right, good. So that should control it now. All right, good. All right, so now the, why is the baler not rolling? Does the baler still hook to the, I think the baler still hooked to the platform. Yeah, baler still hooked to the platform, so that's why it's not going to want to move. I need to disconnect the whole baler. Let's see where we're at here. There we go. I think that's everything except this. There we go. All right, let's get that connected. All right, so now it's connected to the tractor. The height's good. Angling's good. And then we'll grab the pintle. There we go. The PTO rather. PTO is connected, and then fuck, that's not connected. Nothing's easy. All right. There we go. All right. So that needs to rotate. I need to fix that. All right, so I need to pass the information through there because this should be rotating too. All right, good. So let's go ahead and there's good, one thing you want to make sure you do too is you don't want to have any binding or removable objects. That's going to cause you problems. So the benefit of having some of these connectors is they're very flexible. So you don't want to be like moving around and have something stop and then break your build. So there's the PTO going. All right, so all the info is being passed through the PTO, so that means that the info can come from the tractor. I'm going to go ahead and read it. Yes, they are going to be yellow connections. I just haven't got to it yet. All right, let me read a little chat. Making a baler. Moonfart. I usually start with the seating of the cockpit. That's usually what I start with. And then I do the cockpit first. I'm getting the general shape. Sometimes it depends. Like if it needs to hold a container, I start with the fuselage first because, it has to be big enough to hold the container. So it depends on what its job is. I would start with mocking up the fuselage, just the width, because that way it tells you, how big it has to be. Because if you make a cockpit and then realize, oh, I need more space for seating, you have to go back. Yeah, I haven't worked on Steam at all. So much of, I think, the thing is this, we're all our own engineers in this game, and because of that, it doesn't mean that we all engineer the same. It doesn't mean that we all engineer in a logical way or a realistic way. And so when a mechanic is made more realistic or has certain, I'm trying to think the best way to put it, it has certain limitations, it starts to make builds not work. And so, like you saw, a lot of people, their module engines weren't working. All of my module engines are working, and so if somebody did something, for example, they might be using a pump to pump air into their module engine, that stopped working likely because, you were having issues with the way that the pump does not allow air to flow through unless it's pumping. So, like, for example, if you had your pump off, you're trying to just take air out of the pipe, you might not have enough air in there to get the engine started. For me, I use impellers; they're leaky. So a lot of some of the people who are having issues, it could be in the way it's designed. There were definitely some bugs, you know, put in there by the devs, but a lot of it too is design. So, you know, it depends on how you design it. Some people's stuff are working. Very little of my stuff stopped working. You know, and it's you'll often see people saying, "Oh, Stormworks is the buggiest game you've ever seen," and I honestly experience very few bugs. So a lot of it is how you're building stuff too. So, you know, some people are completely all their builds are broken and not working, and you know, there are other people that all their builds are working. So it's kind of interesting, like the different ways people make it. And again, I think, you know, you need proper attribution of blame. Is like if all your stuff's not working and all my stuff's working, you might ask the question, well, is the way I'm building it not, you know, not compatible with IRL, essentially? Because while the game is not perfectly realistic, you know, it takes its notes from realism, and if you build a system that is funky, strange, weird, and then the new system puts a limitation on funky, strange, weird, well then, you know, your stuff's not going to work. Let me see, just reading. So the pressure in the boilers can't exceed 2.5. Yeah, I haven't gotten a steam at all. I barely do any steam stuff. Yeah, connections are going to be yellow. So let's see here. Yeah, I was looking at, there's some cool builds on Showcase today. I like X-Horus's train cars. Those are neat and innovative to load on trailers. I like that. That's pretty neat. I like Phil's. That's neat as well to do like car loading. I have Chicken Source side loading rail car, and I see a tractor from Citrus. Very cool. Yep. Yeah, I'll be working on a tractor myself. I want to get a tractor transmission in there. Let's see. How's it going there, Jaden? So I'm trying to decide if I want to move this back and down. Not really back. Maybe back. I don't know. Kind of want to move this down. I don't think that can extend enough to grab. Let's see. I'm going to try moving this back and down. I want a little bit of angle in the PTO. I don't want the PTO perfectly straight. So let's try that. Try that really quickly. Why is that not grabbing the, why is it not grabbing the pintle? This baler would be so damn heavy to be pushing on my own here. Oh, come on. Grab it, grab it, grab it! Why didn't it grab is the question I have. Don't go off the edge, you scum. Come on. Come on, straighten up, fly right. So it doesn't like this at all. I don't know why it doesn't like this so much, but it doesn't. What the fuck? Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. It didn't like that when I moved it. I think I just saved it too. So. Let's see. Okay, that's back to the way it was. So we'll leave it like that. I think that's just going to work better like that. I would like the angle down a little bit lower, but I think it'll just work better this way. Alright, so that's kind of cool. So I'm just trying to set up, you know, kind of standard how I need the tractor to sit. So that's kind of neat. So let's go ahead and I'm going to grab this. Alright. And I want to load in... I'm just going to do new. Alright. And this will go down. Alright, so I want to work on a tractor. I'm going to be all over the place today, kind of just enjoying building. You know, I had a good break from doing it. You know, it was fun to take a little break. I think, unfortunately, I was reading some of the chat yesterday. People took great offense to the very measured and reasonable response from the devs yesterday. Of course they did. I'll clarify. The people who are never satisfied and always grouchy took great offense to it. Let's put it that way. And I think the message was about right. You know, those people you just kind of need to ignore. Those people are never going to be happy. To try to, you know, to try to make those people happy who will never be happy is an effort in futility, frankly. But, all right, good. So we're set up here. All right, so that is going to be the rear of the tractor. I need to get some wheels in here. Let's quickly save this. So, all right, farm tractor, and then I want to just check. I'm going to check the width of the baler here. I'm going to kind of make it the same width. 11. Okay. That is 15. There we go. All right, so there's 11 there. Measure on this, probably looking pretty good. Might be a little wide, we'll see. Oh, perfect. Alright, right on the money. Right on the money. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, good. Just read some chat. Just building some stuff, working on a farm tractor currently. How's it going there, CG? No, you can make you can use a small pivot. I'm not taking pivot position. I'm just taking. I'm just doing whatever the drive speed is. I like a large one just for stability reasons. Alright, let's see. I'm trying to... Just getting a little reference material. Gonna play with that. About perfect there. About perfect if a little tight on the wheel, that's fine. Let's see. Working on fenders at the moment. Probably one too far in the fenders in the back here. Those aren't going to be... they might be angled, so I don't want to... If you're going to angle them, it's better not to... not to duplicate them across the plane. What's that give me? That gives me ample room there. Is this offset, for Christ's sake? Looks offset. It is. No, it isn't. Okay, I took off duplication in that. There we go. All right. And we'll work on the floor pan in here. So the floor pan. Problem is where the wheels are. Let's see. Luckily, we can take some scuffing. So. We'll go regular wall because I'm gonna want to put panels on there. Okay, that'll be angled, and we'll put a window there. Nice. I do all external windows so I can have panels in here is the question. Let's go. Nice thing about a lot of these industrial pieces of equipment are they tend to be pretty square, which is kind of nice. I think I'll push this fender back one. Yep, fender's going back one. There we go. All right, now we have entrance here. And I'm gonna do an inline 6. So that will, so it needs to be 3 wide for the engine bay. So that will work out. I'll kind of flesh out the engine bay on this a little bit. I can see what I'm doing there. We'll play with it a little bit here. One more there. Okay. I'm gonna make the step-in work on the door. That's the problem currently. Push it forward, so we're gonna have to cut in. Yeah, see, that's gonna be weird to do it like that. I like these old school tractors. They're nice and square, so it helps with having more square blocks in game that we can kind of go from there. Alright, the weight rack will go in there. I'm gonna need probably at least 2 tall. That'll work. And frame rails kind of down here. Alright. And we'll have a step in here, and then the door will go to there. So I'll put the frame rails, need to go all the way back. Alright, so there's the frame rails. And then the door goes right here in front of the tire. So I need to work that out. So those will attach vertically. Okay. And IRL, it's like this, and then has a has some solid blocks. I won't be able to make it work, but I'm just kind of looking at it. Of course, can't get the angles that we get at IRL, so. The door's gonna probably start in the open position, so I can play a little bit of games with it. Let's look at something here. Click on the right block, please. Thank you. Yeah, it's wonky. Yeah, okay, so the bottom, see the problem is I don't have curved glass, so. So I need a really wide nose in order to get the engine in. Like, this is a really thin engine. I could thin the nose and make the engine exposed, which the real one kind of has an engine exposed. Kind of going off a 440 series John Deere is kind of my reference. Let's try that. Thin that nose out a little bit. I think that's better. Okay, frame rail it to the back. Okay, that's better. And then I'll go one shorter on these. I have 2x, 2s here. There's a 3s. You're gonna be annoying, aren't you? It's not gonna give me the parts I want. Let's see if I can put a diamond on here and have it somehow work out for me. I doubt it though. Nah, diamond's not gonna work for shit. Let's see. It's annoying trying to get these to mount up properly. Work on the glass later. I just wanted the mechanics kind of up and running here is what I need. So. Am I off one? I am. That's not helpful. Alright. Yeah, this side was fine. The other side was off one. Great little chat. Yeah, I prefer old tractors. Yes, just tractor. Yeah, I'm gonna put exposed engine. I think it'll look better too. So like back here is the engines be exposed. Like right there is where the engine's going. Trying to get this door kind of working the way I want it to. Punch the glass out more. I think that's what I'm gonna end up doing here. That's what I'm gonna do. All right. shape up. I might put in some. What I could do for a back panel here. I'll think about it in a second. All right, so trying to get the kind of the design work here where it needs to be. The door is kind of out with the tire, which I don't like, but I can play with that. Try to get it how I like it. General shaping's kind of coming along nicely. Come on, stop deleting shit. There we go. There we go. All right, that's kind of that. Just, you know, want to make sure we can enter this and actually get the hell in. So that works. And I might work on this. This glass panel can't be like that, so I have to kind of deal with that. I want to get that in, so I'll do. Problem is I need like 2 spaces for my character to be able to walk through. I can't get too tight on this stuff here, so try to get some window pieces in there. That's why I can't really go to 2s. I need kind of 1s, which is not great. See if I can get a. Deleted the whole tire. Let's go like that on the door. It's not my favorite, but I'm not gonna be able to do. I might be able to slide it down a little bit. Let's try sliding it down just a hair. Come on, man, give me the right controls. Probably like that, I'm thinking. Better. Okay. Alright, and then 2 buys in there. Alright, so that's going to be the entry door. That will be fine for me to get in, and then I will slice this to make a little bit of space. This is kind of off the John Deere 40 series, which I've driven the 310D, which was based off the 40 series, I believe. So I've gotten in this tight mother before IRL, so it's kind of a neat entry. You know, the door moves out, and then you kind of step through this narrow area, and then you can see down here. That's nice. So I like the series of tractor. Alright, nice. And so we got frame rails, we'll have weight on the front. put the front axle on. I'll go ahead and stick the front axle. Pretty much in game you have to make everything all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive. I think I'm gonna do it as I don't know. It's gonna be four-wheel drive definitely, but I might do small tires in the front. I don't know how big I want them. The tires aren't thin enough to do row crops, unfortunately. Like I'm digging that. Yeah, I'm digging on that. That's pretty good there, space-wise. See how it sits. I want to see how it feels. Size. Oh, Jesus Christ, what the hell's going on here? Something's interacting with something. What is interacting that's causing this problem? Probably this falling off. I don't know. Figure this out. What the hell is interacting with it? I can't see any bad collisions. What the hell's going on that's causing it to freak out? Freaking out like there's a bad collision or something. Oh, I see what it is. It's grabbing. I got you. It's the connector's grabbing. I'm gonna put in some logic to fix that. So essentially it will not allow the PTO to connect until this connector is connected, so that way this will be off. So that size-wise, that's about right. This is about, feels right for the 310D. Not good. Right. It's like a John Deere 4 Series. What it's based off of, inspired by. That's probably too angular. I don't know, I kind of like it. The square is too square. Yeah, square is too square. Go with the angle on it. So I'm liking that. It's coming along nicely. Door mechanism is going to be interesting. I need a rotation. I need to be able to put a pivot here, and I really can't. I'm going to try to play with this. Get a pivot in here. That runs into the tire, and I can see it, and I don't like it. Yeah. Probably do it off the ceiling, maybe. Don't worry about the door pivot in a second here. The doors on these are kind of cool the way they open IRL, so trying to keep that kind of running the same way. That's how they open IRL, and then you step up the step and in like so. So that actually that works damn good. What the hell? How am I? All right, so that works pretty good for the door. Actually, a lot less of a pain in the ass than I thought it was going to be, frankly. All right, good. So that works for the door. All right, nice. Yeah, it's low weight. It'll eventually get wheel weight, so we'll get everything else. So we can start working on that endeavor by putting some battles in. Symmetry, demon. There we go. Especially with that CG nice and low on the tractor. What are we up to now? 734? Yeah, it's still light, but it'll get heavier. Alright, the cab feels good. Let's put a seat in there. Yeah, I'll bring up the reference materials so people are interested in that. Let's bring that up. This is the one that's kind of working off of. Try to find 310D. JD310D. This is I've driven one of these IRL, and that's not the 310D. I typed in 310D and it doesn't want to do it. So let's see. Here's it says 310D, but then I'm looking at the model number. I wonder if that's the engine model. No, it's 310D. Okay, yeah, so this is, I've driven one of these. It didn't have the backhoe on it. It could have the backhoe, but it didn't have it. So it has that type of door. I don't think ours didn't have, ours had the flat nose too. Yeah, so this is like, it's a 310D, but this might be an earlier, newer version of the 310D, but yeah, we didn't have. We did have the single piston. We did have single piston on the front bucket. So seating's good. Have plenty of room for buttons and stuff. I might slide the seat back one. I think I will. My bearings back in the game. I think I'm gonna slide the seat back just one. There we go, like that. It's good. Yep, that's good there. Then I can reach all the controls. Put controls there, that'd be nice. Beautiful. Alrighty. That's alright, Youngers. Yeah, I'm gonna change it up here in a second. I did black just here. Let's color swap it. I usually try to do white and then I'll switch it to black because I want all the interior pieces to be black so that if anything's hiding in there, it doesn't really show. So, I'll paint it in a second here. I'm trying to think what else I need on this. Let's try start slamming an engine in here. Frame rails might likely maybe gonna go down 1. We'll see. All right, let's start grabbing some mod pieces here. All right. Inline 6, which is what is good. Inline 6. Could benefit from a flywheel probably, but I'm not going to put it on because it's not going to have the space. So. Alright. Let's see. Transmission. This is going to be interesting. Try to get a transmission in here the way I like it. I might have to drop the sides down a little bit. I might go down 1 on this. Let's try it. Let's go like this to try. I want to try something, see if I like it or not. Let's go down like that. That's good, okay. And then we'll square it up for the weights and whatnot. Square it up now for the weight bar. And the frame rails will go down 1 like so. Come on. Mouse is extra flicky today, which I love. There we go. Alright. Nice. Let's see. Did I leave enough space in here for a rad? I'm 1 short on a rad, so let's get that in there. Oh, fuck off. That's what happens when I play other games for too long, is I can't get my keybind. Wow, like, I don't know why my mouse is so sensitive today. Really being obnoxious, though. Dare not change it either, because I need it for like games like Tarkov. I can't be screwing with my mouse settings. Alright. Can I put that there? Yeah. Okay, good. This off the door right there. Backwards. Of course I did. Oh, flicky camera. You're starting to annoy me. Let's see how what I'm looking for transmission-wise here. Transmission could go underneath the frame rails here and then splitting in the shafts. That will work. Alright, good. These could go forward. It would give me a little bit of space. See if I can plumb them like this. All right. Start plumbing up some cooling systems here. Shouldn't need much cooling. It's not going to be going at a high RPS. Don't necessarily need to run to both radiators. I'm going to test it out, see if they will run to both radiators. It doesn't need it, but probably going to be funky if I run it to both, but we'll try it, see what happens. Alrighty. That looks pretty good there. Let's see. Think about fuel tank, where I want to put that. Transmission put in, and then I need to figure out fuel tank. On the 310D, the fuel tank was right. Was it in the front or the back? I can't remember. It's probably here. Kind of took up a bunch of that space, though. So gotta figure out where I can put it. It doesn't need an insane amount of fuel either. It's going to be pretty efficient, so we'll figure that out. We still at a 6-cylinder. We are. Okay, let's do a starter here. Let's go. Start plumbing some of the stuff in. Air intake. Probably go there. Let's see. case hood. A little bit clunky, but we'll see how I like it. Okay. The turbo. Now we look chat here. Nice. Doors on the left side. Thank you, Yonkers. Yep, building a tractor. Yeah, I haven't upgraded the windows to 2x2s yet. I just put them in there quickly. Yeah, like the Mac Pinnacles are Mac Pinnacles. The MP8s and the Macs are still inline sixes. Fuel's gonna be. I could put the fuel tank right here and make it part of the step. I could do that. Can't cut in there. That's gonna be transmission rum. All right. I need to work on that transmission sooner than later. I'm trying to make a realistic transmission, so I'm gonna do... Yeah, I need to make a realistic transmission here. Alright, so we're working on the transmission. That's gonna take up some space, so let's see. I want 4 speeds and then 3 ranges. Best way to hook this there. Send it down the middle and send it back on that axle point. Yeah, I could do that. Let me see if I can get Alright, let's check out some transmissions. Checking out, trying to find the transmission here. I might just wing it. Make it kind of like a tractor transmission, probably. Like a tractor trailer. Let's wing it. I'm gonna quickly just try to find the, we get the gear chart up, and then we'll start plumbing the transmission so I can kind of see what I need. Okay. Alright, so let's try to get these transmissions going here. So I'm going to do, we'll start with the 4 gearboxes. Alright, we'll do a 27-1 on the first. The other way. that. Alright, so let's go. Okay. All right, so let's start putting this one in, and then that should probably work. Let's see. All right. 27 to 18, 1 probably isn't too bad, but let's go. Let's knock this one down. So let's go 2, 3 on that. Start with an 18, and then let's go a 9, 5 on this one maybe. Yeah, 15 to 18, that works. Okay. And that'll be 3, 1, 3, 1. 5, 2, 2, 3. Okay, so that's a 15 as well. Okay, because it's 1 ratio off. Let's go 2 ratios off. So let's go. What the hell's after that? A 2, 1? It's got to be a 2, 1 at that point. Alright, so we want to go. Let's see. Go 2, 3. That'll work. 2, 3. And then I want to drop this a ratio. 18 to 15. That'll work. $13.5, that'll work. Alright, so we want to drop the next ratio off, so we'll do 3, 1, 3, 1. Okay, there's 11.25. That's the nice thing about this just being all super lowly geared is I don't need to worry about keep going down. That was a 1, 2, so this one needs to be a 2, 3. Yeah, 2, 3. And then this one here will step down to a 5, 2. That should be up 1, so we'll do this one up 1. Alright, there we go. Let's try 2, 3 actually. 2, 3. Okay, yep. Yeah, it needs to be a 1, 2. Okay, 1, 2. Perfect. Alright, then we're up to, we need to go a 5, 2 on this one, I believe. 5, 2. 5, 2. 5, 2, 2, 3. So that should go up 1. All right. 5, 5, 5, 2, 3. Okay. Yeah, I was just kept doing it backwards, unfortunately. 5, 2, 5, 2, 2, 3. Okay. What did I just have a 9? I just had a 9. What was the 9? Right there. 3, 1 on the first spot. Okay. There we go. Go 9, and 9, 3, 7, 5 there. Seventh gear there. That'll work. And then we'll do the range. I think we'll do, probably could do 2 range selectors, and I think we'll be good. Yeah, because this would be 10. Yep. Okay. We'll probably go 7 gearbox. We'll do 7, and then we'll do 2 ranges. That will give us 14 speeds. That's pretty good. These are a pain to delete, so I'm not even gonna work. There we go. All right, so that is an 18 to a 15 to a 13 to a 12 to a 10 to a 9 to a 7. And then what we'll do is, I'm gonna add a column here. So what I'll do here is, this is gonna be the range selector. Okay, range selector here. We'll do range 1. Range 1. Range 2. All right, so this is going to be equals this. No. This will be final. Okay. So this will be this times this times this. And then this will be this times this times this. Okay, good. And so this is going to be range selector, so we'll be able to range in and out. All right, and so let's figure this out, what I want. So they're going to be dropping them again. So let's say 5, 6. All right. And then this is going to be the reduced final. All right. So it's going to be equals this divided by this over 1. So 5, 6 really isn't the best. We'll do 1 over 1. 2, 3 maybe. Might be able to just do it with one range box. That would be helpful. Okay. So after that. There we go. I think I can do it with one range box. Yeah, we can do 2 ranges. So essentially what we do is then go through, and this would all repeat. And it would go through this range box here. So essentially... Come on, man. Putting them in the wrong spot. Still doing it. All right. So what's going to happen is we'll go through all these gears. So we'll have 7 speeds. Then we'll click the range selector over. And it will go from a 7.8 to a 7.2, then a 6.1, then a 5.4, a 5.1, a 4.16, a 3.75, and a 3.125, which will make the final gear of that. So essentially it'll be 14 gears. And so you'll go through gear 1 through 7, and then what you'll do is you'll click the range selector and you'll go back up to first gear. And so what that will do is that will go from 1, it will essentially finish them out. So you'll go up 1 through 7. So you go 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. Then you'll click over your range selector and you'll go back to first gear and you'll go 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th in range 2. And that will give us just yeah, and it can be yeah, exactly. And that box will go 1, 1, 2, 5. So that will work out well. That will work perfectly. Excellent. All right, good. So that will kind of decides what I need here. So I need 4 boxes and then 1 range selector. So that's actually really pretty compact. Doing it this way makes it a lot easier to get it to plumb up. Let's see. Can I punch through the back wall here? I don't think I can because I have the large on there. I don't need this large on here. I can put a small on here, so I'll do that. I'll take a compact velocity pivot here. Okay. That way I can transmission through there. And then here's the range selector. Nope, wrong way. Which way did I have the range selector? Nope, one of these needs to be this way. Okay. Alright. And then I need a reverse. Because I want 14 gears in reverse as well, so... Alright, and that should be all the gearboxes we need. Nice. Alright, and that's going to run directly under the engine there, so I need to get to here. Let's see if I just do an exposed drive shaft all the way through, and then... Yeah, it's a little boring under there. I might just put the drive shaft under. I'll do that. It is a little bit boring under here, so... And then that would be, that would be where the PTO would stick out. Now, of course, we can't really make it work like that, but that's, the PTO would drive right from that drive shaft. It'd probably go through its own gearbox, but... Alright, so engine and transmission are pretty well on their way. Alright. Let me see. Yeah, it just takes practice, FS. Yeah, it's gonna have a... The PTO is electrical. I went over the PTO already. So, PTO is already electrical. I do need to put a generator on there, so that's gonna get generator, and then I need to plumb in the turbo right here. So the turbo needs to go in here. So we'll do, this will be the accessory gearbox right here. All right. And Alright, so there's the generator. What's that all about? That's not plumbed correctly. Okay. Alright, so that it goes off an accessory gearbox for both the turbo and the generator. So fuel, we need to deal with fuel, which is going to be a pain in the ass. I can see it's going to be a pain in the ass. I could probably stick it in here, between the radiators maybe. Or... I'll figure out fuel later. Gonna get some saddle tanks in here or something. I'll figure out fuel later. Starting to get a little bit tight on space here. Out of here for a gap. angle wasn't so brutal, I'd angle the back windows, but it's like a minimal angle usually on these. So. Could come back one, too. Nice. Like that. Yeah, PT is electrical. It just tells its current rate to the... It tells its current rate to the system. I think I can get a 3-point in here. That doesn't suck. That's the problem. Those are okay. So there's a 3-point. There's a 3-point hitch. Test out all that. That's gonna be interesting to set up, but should be able to set it up. Alright, microcontroller is going to be a pain in the ass to hide, but we'll see. We have a couple. I'm kind of hurting on space for microcontroller hides, but we'll see what I can do. Maybe get it in the floorboard quite a bit. Let's see. start working on this, try to get this transmission up and running. So what do you have? Everything's gonna be huge. I could try the invisible microcontroller thingamajig. But I have four boxes, and then a reverse and a range selector. That's not too bad. So one, okay, so I need to add one on there. G1, 2, 3, 4, range selector. Range selector, okay. And then I need a reverse. Okay. Alright, let's get in there and try to plumb this sucker up. Alright, so it's gonna be 7 speeds and then the range selector. So I need 6. Fine there, dude. 7, and then we just range through, so it's not hard. Okay. All right, let's see. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4 boxes, and then the range selector. All right. Get rid of, we're not gonna do it like that for reverse anymore. For this one at least. That's 2, 3, and 4. All right. Have the, I just have the gear, have the gear screen up, the transmission that I just worked on there. Let's see. So I'm gonna count them off. We do, for the first gearbox, we do 5-2 twice. So we want to trigger 5-2, which is the second range, on 5th and 7. So 5 and 7 are going here and triggering gearbox 1. All right, gearbox 2, it is, it's an even split. It's half the time it's 3-1, half the time it's 5-2. So we'll trigger 5-2, and we'll trigger it on 4 through 7. So 4, 5, 6, and 7 will trigger gearbox 2. Gearbox 3 only has 3-1 on 1 and 3. So 1 and 3, so 3-2 will be its second ratio. Gearbox 4 is an even split. So we'll make 2-3 its default range. 1-2 is going to be on 3rd. It's going to be on 3rd. 6 and 7. 6 and 7. 6 and 7. Okay, so that's good there. And then 2, we always have 1 gear that does nothing because that's default positions. So that's good. Alright, what I might do is, instead of having a, so like this is the thing, is like when you're going from 7th to 8th gear, you would have to click down 7 times to get back. So what I'm thinking of doing is, what we'll do here is we'll go right in the range selector. I could make it sequential. I think the 40 series were actually sequential. So what I'll do here is, we could count up to 14. Okay, we could count up to 14. Ooh, I have a cool idea. All right, so what we could do is we could do 8 through 14. It's gonna go, where's the range selector? I think I put it in there, so it's up here somewhere. The hell is it? There it is, okay. So the range selector, so if we go 8 through 14. Oh, come on, you pisser, you. So that'll click over the range selector for 8 through 14. And then it will send a pulse. Try to see how I want to do this. That will send a pulse through, reset it to 1. And then what I'll do is minimum will be -14. And what we'll do is we'll take the absolute value for this. So this will be kind of, so it's a little bit more sequential, because I think these were sequential for the real one. So what's going to happen is I can count down to -14. And then if this is negative... Oh, what did I just do that for? Let's see. So if this is less than 0, this will trigger reverse. Okay. So if that's less than 0, it will trigger reverse. And this way I can keep it sequential. As soon as we hit 8, it's going to hit a pulse, and it's going to reset this box back to... Is that what I want to do? I don't think I do. No. Let's see. I'm trying to think how to do this. Yeah, it's not going to work. Yeah, because that will stick this up here. Trying to think if I want to make this sequential or not. I may not. I might do it so I have to do the range selector and set the gears. That's going to be a lot of work, but... Let's see. What I could do is double them up. Okay, that's what I'll do. I'll double them up. That's going to be a lot easier, I think. Because I think they are sequential IRL. So let's go... Alright, we'll do this. Let's take this. Push that out. And I'm just going to copy one of these. Alright, let's redo this. I'm going to do it a different way. We're going to do it sequentially. That'll make reverse work better as well. So let's go... Get rid of this shit over here. Alright. Alright. And so we're going to start putting in thresholds. So 1 will be 8. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. And 14. All right. Because these have shuttles for reverse, so I'm gonna use a shuttle for reverse probably. I know we'll do absolute. That'll work. Yeah, I can run absolute through there. All right. All right, that's good. And then what I need to do is do ors in here. I'm just trying to keep it as tidy as possible. So 1 and 8 are the same gear ratios. They just have different range. 2 and 9 are the same, like so. And then these all go together like that. Alright, so that goes like that then. And then we'll go through and we'll run the gears again. So, first gear is going to be on 5th and 6th. So, let's control this. So there's 4. Let's plumb these in here. All right, so 5th and 7th is going to be in here. So 5th, there, and 7 goes here now. All right, and then we have an even split, so we're going to do 4 through 7. So 4, 5, 6, and 7. Okay, and then we have 1 and 3. 1 and 3. So we have 1 and 3. Okay, 1 and 3. And then we have, I think that's an even split again. So it is 3, 6, and 7. 3, 6, and 7. So 3, 6, and 7. All right, so that's replumbed the way they need to be. There we go. All right, good. And so this is just making it more sequential. All right, so once we hit, let's get rid of all this shit here. What is this? So that I don't need. Bye. This will reset on 0 like it should in neutral. If this is less than 0, it will kick us into reverse, and then we can count right through the gears in reverse. And then the range selector, if it's between 8 and 14, it will trip the range selector. So that is good. All right, nice. So that should be pretty good, I think. Probably confused everybody with that. But that is how that works. All right, let's see, update that. All right, so that is plumbed, or that is configured, let's put it that way. All right, so we have reverse is this one here. That is, we'll go through the gears too. We'll do the gears and number. So it's going to be 3152. Second one is an even split. It's going to be 3152. The next one is going to be 5231. 5231 on that. Gearbox 4 is a 2312. Okay, and then this one is going to be the range selector. The range selector is either 11 or 25. And then the reverse is 111 -1. So that's all set. Let's go ahead and plumb them. So that's reverse. That is going to be range selector. That's going to be G2. That's going to be G1, G4, and G3. Okay, good. So that's plumbed. And then that's just a gear indicator. I'll run that for the moment to see what the hell gear I'm in, so I can figure this out as I go. Stick that right here for now. Can I put that vertical? I think I can. No, doesn't like it there. All right, let's put it right here for now. Oh my god. Just place it somewhere, you ding-dong. There we go. All right, that goes there. Let's plumb in the range selector. All right, the seat needs to go in to here. What are you? Engine micro, okay, good. And this should be up, down, should be reset 100%. So, gear selection, or gear selector. All right, let's give this a run. No, I don't want to clear the vehicle. I want to spawn it, you scumbag. Okay. Okay, the back window's funky, fresh, and needs to be merged. Okay, there we go. What's causing our fucking problems now? Oh, it's all the connectors. Okay. Yeah, it's the connectors grabbing. I have them in place. I can get rid of the connectors now. I just have them in place where I need them, so I know where they need to go, and then I need to work on the logic to keep them from grabbing each other. Theoretically, what the hell is it dancing for now? Why are they all grabbing each other? There's no reason to grab. There's no connectors on there. What are you grabbing at? Ugh, being frustrating. Okay. We'll work on that later. Alright. Let's go through the... I'm just trying to do gear selection here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Why are we not clicking? Okay, so once it hits, it's getting quiet. It's not clicking gears. 1, 2. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 9 through 14 are not switching gearboxes for some reason. Okay. Make sure all the ores are connected as well, right? Alright, so 8 through 14 is going to click the range selector. 8's not plumbed. Okay, I didn't plumb any of these in, that's why. Okay, these never got plugged in. That would be why that's not working. Okay, good. That makes perfect sense. Okay. That's the nice thing with the devs adding in the clicking gear selection. It used to be a pain in the ass to try to do it with before you could hear them. Now I just hear them. Okay. Okay, good. And then we're down in reverse. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So we have 14 speeds of reverse. I'll probably cut this out. I don't think the real one has 14 speeds of reverse. It has fewer, so I'll probably cut it so that it can't go that low. But it's just symmetrical at the moment. So that's good. Let's go ahead and... I want to get an engine microcontroller in here, so let's get rid of all this shite. But cat's not being helpful where he's sitting. He's trying to sit on my hand. Maybe pizza today. Pizza would be delicious today. Woke up, I wasn't hungry, so I haven't been thinking of it. Now I'm thinking of pizza. Let's see. What do I use for an engine microcontroller? This thing's gonna be tough to hide microcontrollers, I'll tell you that. Yeah, it's gonna be a pain in the ass to hide microcontrollers, it really is. We got a little bit of ceiling space here. So I can put them up in the roof. I could double stack the roof. Let me see how double stack roof looks. Probably gonna look too thick if I double stack this roof, but that's something I could do to get rid of microcontrollers, is double stack the roof here. So I'll quickly look at it, see what I think. I'm just trying to see height-wise. Yeah, it's overly tall. Like it would be. Just trying to see. Just need places to hide microcontrollers. It has such a thin nose on it that it's tough. Yeah, it just looks too foreheady. I'll figure it out. I could do a bunch of pass-through panels and stuff like that. Could also probably put a 2-panel here. Move some of the stuff up forward. Put a panel on top of the engine. I could put in paneling here. So I have some options. Like I could put a big panel over here too. Could also move the radiators back and put the panels up front. I could put the gas tank. The fuel tank should be up front, frankly. So I have some things I have to move around, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. Let's save this. I need some sort of car microcontroller here. Do this one. For now. All right, start hooking this up, see what we can do. Pump clutch. Starter. Radiator, we don't have active radiator. Clutch is there. Fuel manifold. I haven't put on yet. RPS. Battery needs to go in. Alternator. I did not put an alternator on. I have a generator, so that's this clutch there. Fuel manifold, need air manifold is right there. And variable brakes. Is that right? Variable brake, yeah, variable brake, variable brake. Variable brake, variable brake, all right. Engine, or from the transmission, and then we have the engine goes there. All right. Need fuel, or else we're not going to work here. See how fuel efficient this is too. I could make the top a tank. That's something I could do. Okay. Try to get a crank off this sucker. How am I starting this? Let's see, how am I starting this? Let's go ahead and... Alright, let's hook the seat up instead. This one's pretty plumbed, I think, already. Has a lot of the options I need on it. Okay, engine start stops on there. 6. Okay, let's do it. Nothing. Yeah, what the fuck is up? Radiator starter is going there. Why is am I getting no starter sound? So I don't know what's up with that. I gotta check the mic. Oh, is there, all the micros merged? They're merged. Okay. Let's check the seat pass through. The seat should be passing through here. Seat goes to here. Seat goes to this one. This goes up there. Okay. Pump, clutch, clutch, RPS, battery, fuel manifold. Good. Air manifold, alternator, starter. Make sure the starter is actually plumbed in the starter. It is. Okay, why are we not getting a start is the question. That is the question. Did I plug the transmission in? I'm pretty damn sure I did. Yep, from transmission, okay. So let's see, seat comes in. Okay, I screwed this up. This needs to read to there. That would be why we're getting nothing. Okay. That would do it. Citrus is back. There we go, we're up and running. I got a feeling that we're not in the right gear if it's stalling. It should be at a, what, 18 to 1 gear ratio? Why the hell is it stalling? Let's get rid of you, you pain in the ass here, sitting here in the way. Okay. Let's see. Just come on. All right. Get that plumbed in here. Starboard. Port. Seat. All right, there we go. So now we can steer. Why? I'm trying to think. Could just be under revved. Clutch application. Let's make it 10. And we'll just run with that. I want to see what the gear ratios are. It's hard for me to crawl under here and see what the hell's going on with my gearbox. But it should be an 18 to 1 gear ratio. It should have no problem getting going. You know what? I wonder if I had the brakes on. I don't know. Let me see. Starts with the brakes on. That would do it. There we go. Come on, where's the wheel? There we go. Brake false. Okay. The brakes are off. Yeah, how the hell this does not have enough power when it is 18:1 gear ratio. Something's up. Got to be up with transmission. Let's check it. So these should be... Okay, they're backwards. The gearboxes are backwards. All right. My brake screwed up my brain. So pointing toward the engine is giving you a higher gear ratio. Pointing away is giving you a lower. So these are all just backwards. What did I just do, man? Okay. Let's see. All right, so I just put the gearbox backwards because my brain doesn't work anymore. So even it says it on the it even says it on my chart the way they're supposed to go, and I had them backwards. So it was putting on a very high gear ratio, and they should be damn low. So. And then these, the reverse doesn't matter. And this one here should be facing the engine. All right, there we go. All right, that should do it now. I don't think I need to have it at 10 RPS either anymore because of that. Let's go back to 4. All right, that should do it. Because it was making a really high gear ratio instead of a really low gear ratio. Yep, there we go. It's not bad. That's my first wheel squeal. Was on that 1 gear ratio, so they're nicely spaced. What gear ratio are we in now? 12? Okay. So this is, you know, people, you know, often new players will wonder, why do the wheels squeal like this? It's because the game artificially allows them to spin when you're in too high of a gear. This would cause the tractor to stall in real life. So like as I downshift, I get my traction back. Because I was in too high of a gear, and that's, so I'm having a gap problem, so I'll change that range selector to try to get the ranges so that we're not in so high of a gear. I can also limit my RPS. Essentially, the wheels are spinning too fast. In real life, you wouldn't have the torque for that. You would stall. You'd try to spin the wheels really fast, and the friction from the ground would cause it so that you stall the engine. Instead, in game, it lets you spin the wheels. And again, this is something the devs likely did so that it made it easier for people to build stuff. What I can do is drag all the ratios down, which is what I'll probably do. So let's get a linear speed in here. I want to see what speeds I'm doing. Because what I can do is drag all the ratios down and make it much, much lower. Which is ideally what you want to attract. You want as low as possible so you have a lot of oomph. Because it already seems like first gear is too fast. So let's go ahead and start up. Building a tractor. Alright, so currently in first gear we're going 8 miles an hour. Way, 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 way too fast. That's way too fast. And so, let's see. All right, let's. I'm gonna bring back the gear chart here. Let's just recall this. And I'll bring back the gear chart, and I'll show you how I can move all the ratios. Because like that is doing 8 miles an hour in first. I should be doing like 1 mile an hour in first gear. So if we look at this, here are ratios. So what I want to do is drag all the ratios down. And I can do this with the range selector. I can flip the range selector the opposite direction. And so currently it's an 18, 15, 13, 12, 10, 9, 7. Like the max speed I want in this tractor is like 20 miles an hour. And so we're already doing 8 in first gear, and we have 14 gears. No wonder the wheels are spinning. So if we look at that, we want to go way, way low. And so what we'll do here is I can change it with the range selector. I could change it with this one. Let's try with this one and leave the range selector alone. I might be able to do it with gearbox 4. Gearbox 4 is pointing toward. Let's go away. Yeah, okay. So I'll play with this one, see what I can do. So what we can do here is... and we're going to drop all the gears with this. And so I'm going to flip this one around. That means I can leave the range selector. So now we have a 27, a 22, a 27. So these are, of course, going to be off. And then what I want to do is every time I need to drop one, I'm essentially going to go, like this one needs to be dropped. Let's try a, no, it needs to be the other way. So this one here would be like, oh, I don't know. 27-1's pretty damn good. Let's do a 6-5. 1-1. All right, and then this will be a 6-5. It's gonna fuck that all up, isn't it? Let's try to play with the range selector. I might be able to do this more simply because this is just my gear differentials. That's fine. I don't want to screw with that too much. Let's try the range selector. So I need to drag all these down. And then I need to bring them back up. So up is 1-1. So this will be, up is going to be 1-1. All right, so this will then, I want to end up around above 18 on that one. So what we'll do here is let's try 6-5. All right. 6-5 is probably not enough. All right, so if we look at this, it's going to go, the new ranges here, it's actually a 21, an 18, a 16, a 15, a 12, an 11, and a 9. I should not have put them there. They should have gone here. Doesn't matter. All right. So 9, and then that's too much. So let's go up 1. Let's go 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2. I really just need to check this one. 3, 2. Nope. What's after 3, 2 is got to be a 9, 5. All right, we're almost there. 2, 1. Almost. 5, 2. There we go. Is that gonna work? Yeah. That should work. Okay, so we'll make these all 5-2s. All right, so what's going to happen is the first set of gears is going to be a 45, a 37, a 33, a 31, a 26, a 23, and a 19. Then this is going to go to the 1-1 range, and it's going to go 18, 15, 13, 12, 10, 9, 7. So this is what the reason I could just check this one out is I want to go from a 19 to an 18. So essentially the first range, I'm going to flip this around. It's going to be lowering all the gears by 5-2. So we'll go from an 18 to a 45, 37, 33, 31, 26, 23, 19. Then we'll go 18, 15, 13, 12, 10, 9.7. So that'll work out. So this is the easier way to do it. I just need to make this first range is going to be a 5.2, and then it's going to click it over to a 1.1. So let's fix that. So not too shabby that. I just need to flip it. The range selector needs to flip. So this should be pointing away from the engine now. And we'll merge that. And then the default gear ratio is going to be a 5.2. And then the range selected is 1.1. So that will fix that. All right, beautiful. All right, so this should really, these gears should be really, really super low. This thing should have torque for days. And we should be super slow starting out, so. First gear. So this is max speed now in first gear. This is more realistic because like if you're out there baling, you know, and you have really thick swaths, you might be doing 1 mile an hour. We're doing about 4 miles an hour. So like it could even go lower than this. So that's first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. There's top gear. So there's 14, and we are doing about 20 miles an hour. That's perfect. That's about perfect. So that's about perfect for a farm tractor. This thing should have torque for absolute days. Like this thing should have no issues hauling. So you see, it's pretty easy if you use like final gear ratios like that. It's pretty easy to change the whole setup, like I just did. All right, so now one thing you notice is see how slow the wheels turn? So what I can do is, you know, people had asked this question with my, so there's two ways you can do it. One, you can increase the p-value. The other thing you can do is you go in the seat and you go to the AD and you increase the sensitivity. So let's double the sensitivity or we'll triple it. There's triple sensitivity. And so the p-value is still going to be nice and low, and that'll keep oscillation from happening. But if we look at the wheels now, you notice they turn much faster. So it keeps us, so there's two ways to do it. And I probably want to increase the p-value as well to get these wheels to turn more. Because currently the p-value being that low, they don't want to turn. So we'll make the sensitivity like 15. And then we'll increase the p-value to 0.5. You know, and so essentially you can have the p-value as high as you want as long as you're not oscillating. And so now we get a much more natural, I think, turn on these. Probably, I'm going to go 0.75. We'll try that. Because if p-value is too low, you're never going to reach your target anyway. And that's, I do that with my engines on purpose. All right, so this is going to, because at a tractor, you want really good steerability. So I needed that. And the other thing we can do in tractors, I can do asymmetrical braking. So often in the tractors, you'll have two brake pedals. And they'll either be split or you'll have a little bar that joins them. And what that allows you to do, if you step in your left brake pedal, it'll break your left main wheel, your left main drive wheel. And that will help you turn tighter. So we can actually, I'll play with that and show you that in a second. So like, say we're turning a certain rate now. It's kind of hard to do this way because without a differential, it's, you know, with the differential, you can break that wheel and it's not putting load in the engine. But what I can do here is let's do something simple here. So what we can do is let's make a real simple microcontroller. Differential braking. It's gonna be a pain in the ass to do. Brakes in, and then I need brakes seats. Okay. So this is gonna be the seat. Variable brakes. I need 2. Probably won't put this in at the end just because I'm going to run out of space of microcontrollers. I really can't add a bunch of nonsense on here. I still need microcontrollers for PTOs and stuff like that, so can't do too much. So what we'll do here is we will take the AD, which is channel 1, and take, do X times Z, and then what we will do is put a property number in there. Okay. So that's going to just take 1/10 of the steering and put it in there. And then what we'll do is we'll do a couple adds. And then I need to figure out which one's negative and positive. Nah, this is going to work right. Probably not. I need to figure out which is which here. So, spawn this. Might do this a little bit simpler. Oh, let's check it really. God, I clicked every wrong key like 9 times. I'm rusty. All right, let's spawn that. I'm trying to figure out what the hell I'm doing here. My brain just took a fart. There we go. All right, let's go ahead, and I want to steer to the right, and I'm going to go ahead and trim it. And then if I look at my seat, I can see that right is positive. Okay. So if right is positive, all right, so what the hell, where am I? There it is. All right, right is positive. So if I'm going to the right, it's going to be, so that'll be, I want starboard to have brake. So it'll be this and variable brake. And then what I want is, I don't want an add on this one. That's part of it. All right, this one here is going to be negative x plus z. All right, let's try that. Plumb this all in. Variable brakes come in here. Port goes there now. Starboard goes there now. So theoretically, this should give me, when I go full lock on my steering, which is when you would do this, you know, if you're not fully steering, it's to give you more steering. So it's when you have 100% steering on your wheels, like they're at max deflection, that's when you want to do a little bit of asymmetrical braking. So it's like it should be braking that inside main wheel to help turn me. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to trim this all the way over, and I'm going to check them. And then I want to, yeah. So let's see, where's my brake at? We're at negative brake, which means this brake's coming off. This one should be positive. Yep, so that's working. It's not much multiplier. So that's good. Let's fix make sure we have no trims in. Good. Let's go ahead and change the multiplier to 0.5. So that should give me 50% braking. So I was at like 10% braking. So that should give me 50% brake on that right wheel. Alright, so we'll just go hard lock. Alright. I don't know if it's actually going to work because we don't have a real differential, so that can't really slip. What is it? What do you want me to say here? Yeah, I don't have space for clutches. That's why I'm not using it. I'm very, very hard up on space in this build. Horde Gube? So I don't know if it's really worth doing the asymmetrical thrust on this. Or not. Probably not. I'm just going to not worry about it right now. Alright, I want to pull the Heston Baler. Let's do that. Let's put in the PTO. Let's put in the PTO stuff really quickly. And then I'll test it out with the Heston Baler. That's the latest. Okay. See, the problem is there's a lot of logic I have to put in this sucker to make this work the way I need to. Because I don't want these connectors grabbing each other. That's a pain. Let me see if I can push this in really quickly. I don't... No, I can't. Okay. Alright. The problem is the connectors are... Alright, so what I'll do here is I need to make a small microcontroller for this too. Alright. Alright, so what we'll do here is this will be the... Just gonna make something really quick and easy for this. All right, so pretty simple. This is just to make this work for now, and then I'll make it complicated. So when this is connected, when the pinto's connected, it will... it's backwards at the moment. I need to fix it, but there's the... Oh, come on, you pain in the ass. There's the PTO shaft. Let's see. Okay, the cat's bugging me again. There we go. Release connector. So if this is... There we go. So when the pintle is not connected, the PTO cannot connect. That way, it doesn't try to grab... They don't try to grab each other. Because they were trying to grab each other. I would probably have to take a break now, or take a break in a minute here. My allergies are absolutely driving me nuts. All right, let's put that on there. All right, and then this can all go, and then the Heston should be set up. I need to just clear some shit off the Heston, and then we're good. All right, I need a throttle for the PTO at the moment. So actually, let's make a quick PTO controller here. So PTO speed is going to be the RPS of the engine. All right, perfect. So that will work. All right, so let's work on this panel. All right, tractor PTO. And so what we're going to have here is numerical switch box. The PTO speed is the RPS of the engine. It's there. And then we'll go, for now, we'll do from the seat. I'll just make it channel 5 for now. All right, if 5 goes, it's going to essentially enable the PTO. PTO will just be the engine RPM. And that way, as load is put on the engine, it's going to slow the PTO down as well, which is realistic. So there's tractor PTO goes there. PTO speeds is RPS off the engine. Seat goes there, and then this here is PTO to implement goes through there. That tells the other pivot how fast to turn. Okay, let's load up the Heston. And I want to get rid of all this crap that I don't need, which is most of it. All right, and let's see. All right, let's load the tractor. Let's bring in the baler. All right. Perfect. God damn it. I'm so rusty on the game now. I have to take a little break. Not like I keep pressing the wrong keys and rushing. Heston's pretty big, but it doesn't look that big when sitting next to the tractor. All right, so this, that one, there we go. All right, good. PTO's connected. I need to be able to lift the pickup, and I currently have it so it doesn't lift the pickup. It just pushes it down, so it's not a big deal. But the detailing came out nice on this on the axis panels, I think. All right, let's start it up. All right, I didn't press the 5 key. Why is that going? Oh, I know why it's going. Okay. That's way too fast, of course, so... All right, let's see. That is going to turn on the PTO. And then this number should be here, so that's what it is. Okay, tractor PTO. And this should be like a tiny number, frankly. So let's just go like... PTO conversion... PTO multiplier. Let's make it like a 10th. All right, and that way it will that will slow it down. It's way too fast right now. Okay. That should fix the issue I was having with it starting up right away. So now you see it's not started up anymore. No, it wouldn't be started up. I didn't connect the PTO, but the engine's started now. There we go. Now you see it's not spinning right off the bat. I have to actively start it. Now it's started. Go in the opposite direction. That's fine. I just need to spin the PTO. All right, let's spin the PTO around here. Let's fix something real quick while I'm here. These are easy to split apart, so let's go negative, negative 0.13, and we'll make that negative 0.13 as the starting value. We'll spawn it, see how that looks. All right, now you see the pickup is lifted, so pickup's up and lifted now. Let's hook the PTO. There we go, PTO's connected. All right, let's go ahead and start up. And we'll press 5. And you can see the plunger is actually moving in here. It's hitting the pickup. That's why it's doing what it's doing. But once the pickup's down, it should work. I might have to lift the pintle grab on this. We'll see. The pintle might be too low, but we'll see. So let's see if we can actually look inside there. See the plunger going? All right, let's go ahead and I probably just need to put a clamp on that. But this is max speed on the PTO now, so as we rev up, that's going to do it. So the nice thing with the connectors, they allow some bend and some flex. That's why I like using them. Get a quick pick here. So scale-wise, that looks pretty good. But see, plunger's moving now nicely. It's hard to see the plunger in the dark, but the pickup is spinning. The tines are going. We can do a full turn here, and we have no problem. And it still looks like it's actually being turned by the PTO, even though it's faked. And so that's just smoking because I have the pickup wheels jammed into the ground. So the other thing what I can do here is, look, we can put a quick limiter on this. Here, let's bring this back. No, thank you. Let's see. I want to put a limiter on this. Pretty simple, I think. We'll go to the tractor micro. And what we should be able to do is this. What's my current RPS limit? So here's max RPS here is 20. All right, so what we'll do is so I'm essentially going to load this engine up. So what I think I'll do is let's see, PTO, max RPS. All right. Let's go like this instead. do that. The PTO max RPS will be, let's say we want to do 10. And then from transmission, we'll read 5. Read 5 there. All right. All right, so when I turn on the PTO, it's going to limit the RPS of the engine down to, in this case, I just have 10. Might be excessive. Let's go down to 15. So it's going to pull 5 RPS off as though that when we turn the PTO on, we have more load in the engine. So that's going to allow the speeds and the transmission still to work the same. That's why I didn't want to screw with it too much. All right. Let's hook the PTO shaft up. So for example, like let's say I turn the PTO on like this, right? Start up, and I turn the PTO on. Notice the Baler does nothing because the Baler has no information. And that's the way I have this simulated, is it passes the limit, it passes the desired speed through here. And so then when I hook up the PTO, it automatically will start turning it. So it behaves, you know, it acts realistically. All right, and then now the PTO is attached. Our RPM is limited. And so this is going to cut down our max speed because some of our power is now simulated going to the Baler. So simulating the powers in the Baler now. So PTO should move up one, the attach point should move up one. One is pulling the wheels in the ground, but that's not the biggest issue. All right, so we'll move a couple of these things here. All right, let's see what I can do here. It's kind of annoying here. That needs to, I can't go up on that. Shit. Let's do something different here with this PTO. Let's see if I can find a hiding space for this. It's probably going to be a negative here. I might be able to hide this PTO where I want it. Let's see. I want it here, so let's do this. Let's grab this. Let's cut this. And I kind of want it up there. And let's go and hide this in the front. It's going to have to go all the way up here if I want to hide it. And that's not going to work, you sucker. All right. Let's put it down one. Can it go there and not screw everything up that I have operating? Nope, of course I can't. Fuck. I can make that work. All right, let's put that there. Is there any place I can hide this PTO back? Oh, right there. What am I doing? Okay. Yeah, I can. I've got a spot for it. Okay, good. Let's go in, like right here. Right in the back of, oh my God, this is annoying being in the build like this. All right, there we go. All right, that's good there. All right, and then this will go in some. This will let me recess this a little bit. Right there. All right, and then what do I need to delete out? Not much. So we'll delete that, and then we will go pipe, or block rather. Block. Okay, and then these can get plumbed in. All right, there we go. Then we'll cut these back out. Okay. That works. Ah, come on, man. Click one too many. All right, so that's replumbed, and then this pintle needs to go up one, and yeah, just go up one. All right, that's better, I think. Let's try that. I do need front weights on this baler, or on this tractor, we'll put it that way. That's too far reach, which is actually fine. I want that to be longer, so let's see. What did I go in? 2? I went in 2, so this needs to come out 2. Three would actually be ideal. Let's do that. Let's do a color swap. I did. How far back did I color swap? Okay, just there. All right. Let's go with that. I gotta actually attach stuff, don't I? Ugh. All right, that one's attached. Fine. All right. Why is the PTO shaft? Oh, I put an angle point in there. Okay, I don't want an angle point in there anymore. I want it straight. All right, good. Let's cut this stuff out. There we go. All right, good. That can go back to a straight point, which is nice. I just moved the flex joint, so that's good. There we go. So now flex is there. That's even better. All right, nice. Let's give this a run. This looks good. There we go. And you notice it's there's a lot of tongue weight, so it's picking up the front of the tractor, so it's going to need some front weights. And as you can see, the PTO is actually moving the plunger. Is it hitting? It is hitting. It's hitting the pickup, so I need to move the pickup down. There we go. All right, so now the plunger should not be hitting the pickup. So now, see the plunger is moving freely now in its full range of travel. So it has a working plunger. I like that. That's fun. And now, when it's under load, the tractor cannot go as fast. So, like, if we look, we're going 1.5. So also, look at the surge. It has a real surge. That's awesome. See it, like, surging a little bit? Because every time the plunger pushes the hay, it puts back pressure on the engine. And so now, if we take off the PTO, we should go faster. So, put on the PTO. Slows this down, and it puts load on the engine, so very nice. So that's fun. And then the PTO bends and flexes nicely and realistically. Go up to 14th gear. So that the squealing there is just the wheels I have forced into the ground on the pickup. So I can deal with that and fix that. I just limit how low the pickup goes. That's all I have to do there. But you notice now we're going full speed. And where are we at? Yeah, we're doing about 12 miles an hour full speed. That is fast for a baler, but yeah. Again, we're just playing here anyways. We're not really bailing, so. You know, and so because this has a proper, like, tractor gearbox on it, like, you know, I have no power problems because it's like literally, what was it? It's like a 40 to 1 first gear. So, you know, there's no want for power in this sucker. So it does need a weight bar though, so let's put a weight bar on this. I'm trying to think what the best weight bar here. Let's see. What do we have for space? Do we have a three space there? We do not. Okay. Let's do this. And then what do I want to put on for a weight bar here? The problem is that it's hard to make it look good and be functional. It's gonna have to be weight blocks. There's just nothing I can really do to, you know, nothing I really can do to get the weight on there without just putting a bunch of weight on there, you know. If I want a functional weight, like I can make fake, you know, I can make it look, you know, look realistic, but you know, it's actually not gonna be functional, so. There you go. That doesn't look terrible. So you know, in tractors, you'll put on wheel weights, you'll put on front weights. All this is, you know, the mass of the implement in the back is pushing down and lifting the front of the tractor up, so you lose the ability to steer. You know, you start losing your steering pressure, and so by putting a weight on there, it is giving you more traction, and it is also. We'll barely touch this here. I want no weight on that. There we go. And so now you see it's not doing as much of a wheelie. And this will help in game too with getting the front wheels to have track. Oh, sorry, buddy. Cat keeps going like under my arm, and then he gets upset when I put my arm on him. Curious how much fuel we burn. I might drive for a little while, see how much fuel we burn here. I'll probably take a break. So like that's just the wheels of the pickup. I don't know why those are not. I don't know why those are squealing so bad. Because they should be free spinning. They don't have the brakes on or anything. I don't know. So you see it kind of surges like it would in real life. And then they have sticky throttles on tractors, so, you know, I'll put something in for that. You know, I can just trim it too, but because like you would be on the field, you just sticky throttle it. Yeah, I like dual wheels. I just can't, you know, look how thick these are. Like, I would need thin wheels. Like, I would love to do some row crop tires in there. It's just too big. It's just too, the wheels are too thick. Like, if they were half their thickness, I would put row crops on there. It does have the bale roller on the back. It will go down, but I just don't have a plumb. Actually, I do have plumbed up here. It's on this side. It's right there. So the stickers came out pretty good. I like the stickers. I like the panels came out really well. There's like 10 colors on this baler. Like you see the different colors for the panels, and then darker shading, lighter tops to give it a little bit of depth and look good. Up some of the Heston stuff's backwards on the other side. I need to fix that. Yeah, the number. The Heston does like the closed 4, and I just couldn't make a closed 4 look good, so I didn't open 4 for the 4900. The Heston came out pretty good, seeing that it's an uneven, or it's an even number of blocks. So I kind of, the S's came out alright. The E's not my favorite, but it came out alright. But this is working really well. And, you know, it's kind of, I've been kind of in the farming mood, playing farming sims, so it's kind of cool to do some of this stuff. And, you know, the devs were receptive to 454's, you know, his kind of like how you could do fishing. And so it'd be kind of cool. Like, I would love to have it some agricultural stuff, and I think they could do it in a really cool way. You know, at the end of the day, I still see it, like, you know, it was Grouchy Bitch Fest in the commentary yesterday for... You know, the devs were just explaining their situation from their perspective, and people were like, "Oh, they're gaslighting us to do it." It's like, no, they're not. They're just like, they're talking about, you know, they brought it to a human level. It's easy to think of them as a big corporation. They're not. They're 4 people, and it's 4 people. They screwed up. It sucks. You know, they're not whining and complaining about it. They spent literally, they worked all, you know, they've worked pretty much nonstop, it seems, since the DLC came out. They put out hotfixes on Sundays. You know, if your work said, "Hey man, you got to work 7 days a week now because the product screwed up," would you want to do that? You know, no. But they came and they did it. You know, and but anyways, you know, talking about the Grouchy Bitch Fest, and they're like, you know, people saying that, oh, the game is, you know, search and rescue. This doesn't belong, and that doesn't belong. The game is a building game, and people are going to build whatever they want. And if you want to make it so that the people can build stuff and actually have them have a purpose, like people were building plenty of war machines before there was ever anything you could actually blow up. You know, people were building, you know, like JSI built fishing stuff, you know, that actually is functional, but people would still build fishing boats that had no literal function in game. And the same is kind of like with the farming stuff is by, you know, the game is a building game. And it's like, I'm enjoying building farming stuff. It doesn't really have to have a purpose. Would it be cool if it did? Oh, absolutely. But it's still fun to build this stuff. And so I would love to see them do this. And one of the ways we as a community can make them want to, say, do a farming DLC or farming major add-on, I think farming and fishing would go well together. And, you know, is to kind of show them how would they do it. And so, for example, like, how would you do baling? Well, it'd be, you know, within the constraints of the game. I don't know if you could do baling. Like, for example, what the devs could do is they could do an invisible little box in here, and you put the baling box in, and what's it do? It spits out a block, and the block is, you know, it spits out a, what's my rate here? So that's a 3x3. It spits out a 3x3 block, and it slowly extrudes it. And so they could put that in, and as you drive over a certain thing, and so, like, as you notice, they don't have grass or anything else, and the reason is is because the game can't handle it, especially in multiplayer. And so you had a lot of people complaining in multiplayer that, oh, multiplayer is laggy. Why is multiplayer laggy? Because they have a lot of decorations in there. And the decorations eat up a ton of resources. And so one way that the devs tried to address that was by reducing things like underwater foliage. And, like, you know, I have a 3080 Ti. I can run underwater foliage. Let me turn it on. And, hey, in a multiplayer game, if you're struggling, shut that stuff off, man. Shut off the foliage. You know, but if they want to do it super simple, what they could do is they could have different crop types that were just colored ground. And kind of do it how Farming Sim is. Essentially, you have a trigger. If you're in the trigger, and you drive around, as you're over that portion of ground, you're essentially repainting the ground. So, like, they don't even need to make it so that we can, you know, make our own farms. Give us stock farms. So, for example, like, looking at the map here, let's say that this was a farm. So you'd put a bunch of square fields out here, and they would be a certain color. And, you know, if you do nothing to the field, it stays this brown dirt color. If you go out there with a plow, it looks like, you know, lines of brown dirt. And then if ground plowed, then seed, if ground plowed and seeded, you then get a different color crop. And they could put, you know, part of the thing is they don't want to put grass everywhere in the map, but they could make a three-dimensional texture for, because they did have underwater plants at one point, for plants that would just pop up into the world. It doesn't have to be like farming sim levels of complexity. That's the whole thing. Is the purpose of Stormworks is to build vehicles and to build whatever you want. You don't need ultra-realistic farming. That's for farming sim. You don't need ultra-realistic space. That's for, say, Kerbal or some of the other space simulators. And that's where I think some people are kind of missing the note of what Stormworks is it's a building game. The things like search and rescue don't need to be ultra-detailed. Would it be great if they were? Absolutely, but that's just not possible or likely. So make farming so it's really simple, like, you know, as I drive over with the combine, you would make a combine part. You know, once the the crop is grown, as you drive over it with the combine head, the crop disappears and the color of the ground underneath it changes. And you're painting your flat square farmer field. And behind the combine, it paints straw color. Just don't even bother making it 3D textures. We don't need 3D textures. Just make it, you know, a 2D texture. That's how Farming Sim did it in the early Farming Sims. And then you drive over that with a baler, and you just put an extruder on there that as it takes in that, you know, as it drives over the farm field, it starts to extrude a bale. And that would allow us to build the baler however we wanted, you know. And then same thing with combines. Give us a section, let's say it's a 5x3 brick that looks like, you know, it has teeth on it. It just looks like that fluid port, essentially. Have an auger on there, have teeth on there, have torque on the auger, so if torque goes to the auger will turn. Put a reel on there, as if torque goes to the reel will turn. So the smallest one you can make is a 5x3. Well, then guess what? You put two together, now you have, you know, a 10x3. You know, then you put three together, you have a 15x3, and you make the header as big as you want. And, you know, if essentially, I'm trying to think how you'd have to do it. Like, if you connected up all the headers, so you'd have to have, like, just do it with pipes. Screw it. You know, put a pipe connection on the back of the header, and that will be crop. Pretty simple. It's just called crop, you know. And that goes in, and then your crop goes into a tumbler, and, you know, make it super simple. It doesn't need to be complicated. Just you know, the main point of this game is to build the things, and then we just need a little window dressing of what to use with them. You know, it doesn't need to be super complicated. I think, you know, using your imagination. Like, I'm enjoying just driving the sucker around. I'm not actually bailing anything. Nothing's coming out. But, you know, you can kind of pretend and enjoy it. And then if they can add these things, I think they could do farming in a reasonable way where it'd be fun and pretty simple. Let me read some chat there. It's good to see you, S-Man. I was looking at some of your builds the other day. Let me see some stuff here. How's it going there, Connor? Yeah, XML. Yeah, I can do them to be invisible. That wouldn't be too bad of an idea. Yeah, that's always the issue with being a specialist too. Is it's like, you know, if you specialize in one thing in game and that's broken, it really sucks. You know, like you know, talking about, you know, if you're like pretty much only a Steam person, you know, the Steam's been broken for a long time, and that sucks. You know, it's like, and that's kind of a perspective thing. It's like, you know, you'll get people that say, oh, the game's still super broken. I don't think the game's super broken right now, but I also don't do a lot of Steam stuff. If you're somebody who does a lot of Steam, yeah, the game's been broken, completely broken. You can't play the game the way you want since the update came out, and that absolutely sucks. You know, I think the devs absolutely should do, like, they don't need to do it as much as Kerbal. Here, let's stop this really quick, and I'll show you. like Kerbal goes overboard with this because Kerbal has a lot of mods, and the mods are very important to the community. And so, like, if we look at Kerbal here, if I go to Kerbal and I go to, where the hell is it? Betas here. If we go to betas, let's see, where's the updates? Updates, here it is, updates. Automatic updates. Where the hell is the version number on this? They used to... Okay, here it is. So if you go to betas in Kerbal, look at all these versions. We have from version 1.4 to 5 up to 1.1.3. So like you see all the versions on Kerbal, that's overboard. I think that's too much. They essentially have to keep those versions of the game available. That's excessive. I think Stormworks could do 2 versions, and I think we'd be perfectly fine. I think if we had the current version and the older version, I think we'd be fine. You need to force people to move on, especially when you have a workshop that the game is reliant upon, where a large part of the player base do not build. They are missing most of the game play as far as I'm concerned, but that's their choice. So I think if they, for example, if they kept the version right before the DLC came out and they kept the current version, it would keep the complaints to a minimum. Like, people like, oh, the new pressure mechanics suck, wah, wah, wah. You say, okay, go back to the old version. You know, that would be a simple thing for all of those of us who are kind of sick of hearing it, of the people complaining, is go back to the old version. You know, and that would help the devs be like, okay, sorry guys, we're sorry things are broken. You know, if you don't want to help with the pressure, that's fine. Just go back and play the old version, and we'll update it when things are in a better state. And it gives them a little cover your ass. It allows people to still play the game they want. For example, all the Steam people who can't play with Steam because they had issues with it, they could roll back to the previous version. They could play and play and play, and then eventually the devs need to move the version on, but they should only move the version on when there's another version. So they could keep this version, the latest version, post DLC, keep this version pre-DLC, and then at some point when things are ironed out and the pitchforks have gone away and Steam is working, all the basic game mechanics are working. They can be different. Things can still be broken because people did some weird building. Like, there are still people who say, oh, my modular engines don't work. Every one of my modular engine works. So it's not necessarily the game broke my modular engines, as you designed your engines in a way that may not be compatible with the changes in the game. It doesn't mean that all modular engines are broken. It means kind of how people did it. And then once all the game is in a good stable state, you still keep it the 2 versions, but when the game moves again, that's when you say, okay, it's been 6 months, we came out with another major update. That is going to be the new current version, and then the back version is the post DLC. That way, it does keep the community moving on, because you can't have it like this where, you know, it's you would have be like, oh, if you want to use this thing that I just put in the workshop, you have to go back 3 years. Like, that doesn't work. But if you say, okay, you should be on the old version of the game to use this workshop mod, that works. And then you say, or hey, you should be on the new version of the game to make for this workshop. That's not bad. And then it's 6 months later, a new version comes out, and the new version becomes the old version. And then you say, okay, and then the people who are 6 months behind, they can either abandon their stuff, which is fine. Kerbal did this for a long time. People just abandon the mods. That's fine. You can still download that person's mod or their workshop creation, and you can update it yourself if you want and use it for personal use. You can even ask them, hey, do you mind if I upgrade your thing and take over? Like, there are people who took over mods from Kerbal, and they asked them permission. They're like, hey, man, do you mind if I take this over? They're like, no, please, I'd love to see it continued. You know, and every 6 months you, like, move on a version. That would keep it so that people would have limited... the game could innovate, which the game needs to, and people can still, who don't want to be bothered or are bothered by the current changes, can stay on the old version. And then after 6 months, when a major comes out, bingo, you change it at the major. You say, hey, a major's coming. We're going to do a version change. you know, you're going to have to move on to the version. And you know, people are going to complain about it, but the devs, to a certain extent, they have a vision. They need to stick with their vision. Nikita from Escape from Tarkov is really good at this. Like, he did the inertia changes, and a bunch of the community were like, oh, the game sucks now, you got to change it. And Nikita was like, nope, this is my vision. My vision for the game is a hardcore shooter. These things were always coming in. You guys have just been enjoying something that, you know, frankly, wasn't what the game was supposed to be about. And to a certain extent, you need to have that confidence to say, listen, I have the vision. This is how it's going. You know, sorry if that doesn't appeal to you, but that's, you know, you need somebody to have a vision. You can't have it be so all over the place. But I think this would work really well. I think they need to get into betas. That is an easy win for the devs. Keep the old version of the game. The people who were really annoyed, like say when the DLC dropped, and like I was literally not annoyed by my ship not working. Why? Because I had confidence it would get fixed, and in 18 hours it got fixed. You know, it's not rocket surgery. They're gonna fix it. It's gonna take time, and so, like, right off the bat, if you wanted to play today on October 12th, and the game was, and like I couldn't play with Triton October 12th. Well, guess what? I could go back to the old version. I could keep the old version. I could play normal. And if and now at this point, I think the game is in good shape. I've taken a couple week break. I've still been playing, but played a lot of Farming Sim. Really enjoyed it, and Farming Sim inspired me to build what I'm building today. So it was good to take a break. I think some people need to take a break every once in a while. It will help you enjoy the game more if you take a break, play something else, because everybody you know, we all get burned out after doing stuff for too much. I've got, how many hours do I have? I have 5,300 hours in Stormworks. It was good to take a couple week break. I feel energized and want to play again, and that's kind of the way it should be. And you know, if you didn't want to play with the new stuff, you stay on the old version. Now I think the game is in good, stable condition. For example, I don't know, is that Tripper there? That's the short. But if you're a say a Steam specialist, and that's what you do is Steam, you might not have been playing the new version until now. You might try it out, say, oh, Steam's working pretty well, I'll migrate to the new version. That will save the devs so much headache. I wish that I think they're going to do it now. I think they've realized that is actually a benefit to them as well. You know, I think for too long they've kind of fought that. Let me see. I'm just checking. What is the current? How much fluid's in here? Tank content 0. Are we down to 0 diesel? Okay, we're down to 0 diesel. So this has been running for a while in that little tank. So apparently I'm still driving with. I'm curious if I just am running off what's in the pipes for fuel. We'll see if I run out of fuel. Whole point of me driving around was to run out of fuel, but because that was one small tank. You know, so I probably could do a medium somewhere and be all right, or a custom somewhere. We'll see. Let me read some chat. Yes. Yeah. I'm gonna play with. I haven't done the. I'm just reading S-Man's comment on increasing traction. I just haven't done any traction at all. So we're finally out of fuel. That was actually a pretty good run time for a tiny little tank like that. So I will put more tanks in. There actually are some deers. Let me see if I can. Let me bring this back to workshop so it stops trying to start itself. But this is coming out cool, man. Like, what do I want to do now? Once this is done, like nothing's done, but once the tractor is in good shape, I want to build a bunch of implements just for fun. Like, I like the mechanics of it. You know, did I have to put a plunger in there? No. Why did I do it? Because it's fun to make the mechanics, to see how it's going to work. You know, that's the kind of stuff that I really enjoyed. So it's like, yeah, this has no purpose except that it makes me smile, you know, and that sometimes is enough. Let's see. I could do something super simple with this fuel. Like, I could do this. Here, let's do something super simple with this fuel. I don't think it's going to look bad either. I think it'll look fine. Let's go. This side's different. I'm trying to see if I can get them on the same. Not really. Let's do here. It's like I could do something like Can't be like that personally, but. Let's see whether we can get this. Like I could do that. And I don't think that looks bad. It's still, I can see the engine. It's still interesting. There are a bunch of deers. Like I showed you the picture of what this is inspired by. And that looks, it looks pretty normal to put it in like that. It just looks like decoration. It's nice and asymmetrical, so it has some, decorative pieces on there. And then that's triple the fuel. That's fine. And then this is going to be a cool vehicle to like, tow aircraft with, do stuff like that. That would be kind of nice. And then like, I could build some, nothing's going to be functional, of course, but I don't need to. It's the same thing as like a kid sitting in a sandbox with a dump truck. Is he really doing any work? No, but he's having a hell of a time because it's fun, you know. So the other thing is I can move these. I'm going to move these wheels up one. So these can go up one like so. All right, let's undo that. So we'll do this, and then I will go up one on the wheels. This will also help here is the pickup it's not going down far enough, and it needs to go down more. Okay, and this is going to be a pain in the ass to get this to work for me. The other thing I could do is this. That's not going to work. Oh, shit. I could put the pickup wheels. That's going to stick up more than I want. I could put them here, too, and then increase their diameter, but that's not going to be good. I wish I could, I want that pickup to be, let's count. Yeah, see, the problem is I don't think the railings are, let me try something here. I think the other way the railings 5s. No, I think they're 4s. Even numbers. Yeah, even numbers, gross. Let's see. Let's try something here. Let's play with this pickup a little bit here. I can always change. I don't like the fins. The fins are not only hitting my plunger, but they're a pain in the balls. And so let's go like this. Okay. And let's cut this. Yeah, I would love it was funny. There's some people who like, have been disinterested in the game or like, not happy with what has happened, and they were interested in the in if there was agriculture. Okay. You can't get enough tines in there to make it look good, I don't think. Let's try. I was going to try a railing segment here. I have a diagonal railing segment. A double-sided one. Let's see. I'm probably not going to be able to get this to look exactly how I want it, but I know I'm not, but I could XML a block in there to cover the last tine. So if I did it like this, you might be able to get it because I wanted to try the railings at first, but I could XML a block in there and then push the wheels out. That's better there. And then I can XML a block in here, so it'd have to be here. So let's go. And that will get painted, the tine color. But all right, there we go. Let's paint this here, and then that will go black like that. All right, and that looks diabolical spinning. That will be good. All right, and then I will add on some wheels. Okay, that doesn't look too bad to do that. All right, let's paint that up, fix that paint. I love the Heston orange, like especially this is a little bit of a faded orange, like it's a little bit older. And then I can color the wheel the color I want. The problem is this should be white wheels. So they really pop, so I want them like this so that I can see them. So by covering them, I don't want the hubs to be white, so by covering them like that, I think that looks better. And it doesn't really stick out all that much. And I need to fix something here. There we go. Let's cut that. Stick that back in. I think that pickup will look better and function better because it's currently, like I said, it's hitting the pickup, and I don't want that. There's my black color. There it is. Yeah, I like to do this black on everything. I changed it to white on the tractor so that because it's hard to see when I'm building it, but it makes it so that like if you miss any part, you can't really see because it's it's pitch black. It kind of hides it. It's nice. All right, let's look at that. I gotta hook the pickup back up. I completely deleted it, so I guarantee you that it's backwards too. No, I moved it. Good, so it's not backwards. I was gonna say the rotational direction needs to be flowing. Oh, fuck off. Rotational direction needs to be flowing into the machine. So set this to minimum value is 0. 0 is the starting value. Merge up all this crap hola. Why won't this grab? Oh, because it's an XML block. Okay. So let's do this. Ah, suck. Let's go. I need to fix this. So. Oh, you suck. You suck. Let's see. All right, nice. That is now attached. All right, good. I can delete a bunch of this crap out of here. That's like doing pinky blocks. That way I know what needs to go and what needs to stay. And I think I'll do kind of same treatment I had on this one, which was like on the other side. Kind of make it look similar like that because it has the actual hub of the rotor on it. And then this needs a... Check the merge color. That needs... nope, that's screwed up. Let's delete that. There we go. All right, that should work now. That should be good. All right. That is better, and that won't hit the... I put a hole in there. I need to... Did I delete my XML block out of there? No, I didn't. Okay, I just need to add a block. All right, let's put the pickup down. So that's better. That pickup won't be as in the way. So I need to put a cap on how fast that rotates anyway. And somehow that didn't get merged. Just okay, I need to fix the XML, this ding dong here. I doubt I can grab the top of it. Doubt I can get this to merge the top, but I'm probably gonna have to go around. Oh, it did it! Look at that! Shocker! Made it actually reasonable. So that pickup can even go down further. So those wheels now don't need to touch the ground because it had to go super low anyway so that the plunger wasn't hitting the pickup because it had the fins on it. Now it doesn't have the fins. So that looks better as a pickup. I like that. I'll probably put some wedges in here. Do I put knives in there? I don't know. Let me read some chat. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I haven't looked at any of the Steam stuff. Yeah, it is, it's always annoying when your creations stop. And again, I think the devs could easily prevent this by just saying, by having an older version be like, hey, sorry guys, pressurization was a huge update. It broke a bunch of stuff. And we apologize for that. If you guys want, you can go on the betas, select version, 1.8.9, and that is the version pre-update. We're going to be working on the update 7 days a week through the next 2 weeks, and we'll keep you guys updated. And whenever you guys feel like it's up to where you'd like to, you can switch over to the new version. That right there, that statement right there would have, I think, would have stopped a lot of issues because people are like, oh, I didn't lose all my stuff, because some people are really they're prone to panic and they have no chill, and that's understandable at times, but also other times it's like, chill out, dude. And if you can always go back to the version works, it is a huge cover your ass for the developers, and it is awesome for us as a community. Oh, my favorite game is broken. Oh, I worked 70 hours this week, and all I wanted to do is come home and play Stormworks. Well, guess what? You can go roll back to the old version, play it, and the devs can work on it. And as soon as it is good for you, you can migrate. That was something that was huge in Kerbal because, mods are incredibly important in Kerbal. And I needed mods to be able to enjoy Kerbal, and when they came out with a new update that broke my mods, the first thing I'd do is I'd go on, I would check, is it working with the latest version? Generally, the mod developer would say, hey guys, this is not working with version 1.2. It is working with version 1.9. So what would you do? You'd keep your Kerbal on 1.9, and then eventually the mod developer would say, hey guys, it is now working with version 1.2. And so you would go and you would then be good. What I'll probably do is I'll put a I may or may not make it. I'll move the battery probably and put a filler here, I think. Yeah, I'll probably do that. So thanks. Yeah, I will put a filler on there. But I'm liking this new pickup better. The plunger is stuck. Why is the plunger stuck? I don't know why the plunger's stuck. The plunger's been working pretty flawlessly. I don't know why. Let me rev up. Plunger's stuck. Let's see what's up with it. Oh, there it's going. Okay, it just needed more power. Nope, it's sticking. That plunger's sticking. I need to deal with it. Let's look at the plunger, see what's up with that. The plunger has a pretty bad height, or it needs quite a bit of height clearance, so. Okay, let's see. It doesn't need, I'm gonna go to there. Let's try that. It's very, the plunger can be temperamental. It works pretty reliably, but it has a big swing on it, so you have to make sure that it has good clearance. Oh, the plunger fell out of its slot. All right. So it does need that. Okay, so it needs that much on there. So what I could do is this. Let's look in here. Okay, so see where the gripper is? The gripper's moving out. So the gripper will move to there. And we'll screw it. I'll double it up. We'll double up the gripper like that. And so the gripper hooks this to the track. And then I'll go one more track piece, which you probably had, but I just deleted it out. All right, and then, so this is where the knotters would be in here. They knot the bale. That's knotter access up here. All right, so that should be attached, and that should keep this on track and hopefully not hitting. Yeah, but I think that's probably, I think they got the message that that's probably a better idea for them to do that. This thing sucks. Let's see. It wants to pinch anyways. Let's see what it's doing here. Okay, it's hitting. Yeah, it's hitting there. Let's see what I can do here. Could make the plunger one longer. Let's do that. I'm going to make the plunger longer. That will make it so that I have more gripper grab. And, yeah, we'll go like that. We'll make the plunger one longer. And then that should allow me to cut this, which hopefully that will let this operate. Let's see. But I love the mechanics of this type of stuff, the farming equipment. Like, PTOs are awesome. I really so much want them, I want them to so much throw PTOs in the game. What is this doing here? Maybe running that backwards would help. Because it needs to, it's trying to push the plunger forward first. Here, let me do this. Let me see what the plunger connection looks like here. All right, so it's sucking the plunger in. What directions? It's turning forward. Okay. And then this is going, so these are going down. This should be going, let's actually power this. Let's see if I can power this. So what we'll do is we'll cut this. And we will do I. So right now that was not powered. This was just being a bearing. This is going to be powered now. And so it will move opposite to this. So this should stay in a relative position of forward at all times now. And so what we'll do is this will be powered as well. Before it was not powered. I need to increase the power on it though. And let's increase the power to whatever the hell. So let's put max power on there. And then this should go opposite to the rotation. So that should stay rotated. I might have to do some screwing around, but we'll see. There we go. There we go. That's working now. I could increase its speed. That would keep it, but it's working. So I don't really care as long as it's working. But that's how the plunger works. Yeah, that's working. So I'm not gonna, if it's working, I'm not gonna dick with it. You know, and nobody will see this, but it makes me smile to work out the mechanics of it. You know, I can't do longer arms. It starts to hit the ceiling. That's why they're so short. Is it hits the pickup or it hits the roof. So that's why it's as short as it is. I had longer arms on it, and I had to shorten the arms out because of that. So this effectively, this does a variable length of the arms by having this rotate. That's why I did that instead. Was it allows me to keep it compact, and then that when this hits top dead center, it pushes out, and then when it pulls it back in, so it allows me to have shorter arms on the plunger, because it would start to hit the ceiling and have to bulk it up again. One thing I would love to see the devs do is take, for example, an electric motor, and like the electric motor is the right size, like a 1x1 electric motor, or even a square. Give us a freaking square, man, and have it have a shaft drive in it. So essentially like a pivot, but instead of being 2 blocks, it would be 1 block. People would love that. Like miniaturization is one, I think, of one of the most requested features for the game. Is just making things smaller is really because even if you're doing a big build, you get to small spots where you can't just fit something in. So, but the plunger is working well. Let's rev up, make sure the plunger doesn't jam, because it's not. I'm not going to let it go this fast. Actually, that's not bad. If that, look at that plunger go, baby, no problems. I love how dangerous farm equipment is. It's like, it's absolutely like terrifying. The spinning, you know, there are knives in here. The spinning, the tines wouldn't, they could kill you, but the tines, you know, you wouldn't want to put your hand on the tines. Beat the ever-loving shit out of you, but probably bleed to death. But like, if you were in there with that plunger, ugh, gross. But I love the PTO. The PTO works well, and so this will be a standardized system. It's pretty simple. It takes the RPS, runs it through here. It spins this at the RPS value plus, you know, plus the multiplication, and then it goes through here. It tells this velocity pivot to turn at the same rate that this one's turning, so that it looks correct. You know, so it's a cool system. I like it. And then if I grab this. Yeah, it tells the other one to stop moving. So once it reattaches, it tells it to move again. So it's pretty foolproof. It just operates. And then, like, I love, like, see how it's shaking the, I love how it's shaking the tractor, because the plunger would literally, that's what shakes the tractor, is the plunger go back and forth, and it's really, I love it. Let's see, I'm at the rod between the rotating part and the plunger. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying, yep. I get what you mean, yep. Yeah, I would say that, is that Tripper that's the short? Yeah. You know, there, again, you know, dare we go on friggin' Reddit? I would rather not. Let's look. You know, let's put it this way. For obvious reasons, this game is very complicated. And because the game is complicated, you're going to have a large contingent of people who do not have the mechanical knowledge to overcome some of these problems, and there's nothing wrong with that. But they will then try to blame the game for something that is not really the game's fault. It's the way they engineered it. And some people will take that as, you know, as being called not smart. And that's not what's happening. Essentially what's happening is you just don't know something. There's nothing to be ashamed of not knowing something. But they feel like they're not smart if they don't get it, and they also think that, oh, it must be something wrong with the game, not something I did. And so that is often what's going on sometimes is, you know, when somebody's like, oh, this is broken and that's broken, or like somebody, you know, I remember I did a video, a response video, somebody was like, on Reddit, they were like, oh, you can't land a plane nicely in Stormworks. You know, that is my area of expertise, is flying in airplanes, and I have no problem doing it. And it's not, doesn't make me better than anyone else. It just means that that's, you know, one, my planes are designed in a certain way, and the reason they're designed, I would say, better often is because I spent 120 grand on an education to learn how to do these things, you know. And so that's why, like, I don't have problem making planes, you know, because I spent 120 grand learning how to do these things. And, you know, I think some of those people just need to reach out earlier and ask some questions and get some help a little bit earlier because that would help fix some of their problems. I was going to cheat and do this like this, but this would be a lot easier to cheat, but I'm not going to cheat. I'll do it like this. You know, so again, long story short, essentially what I'm saying is often it is things that are not designed properly and they break. And so it is hard sometimes to tell what is game bugs and what is you just didn't design it properly. And some people will jump right to the conclusion that it is not something they did, but it's something in the game. And that's how you can get some people who say, oh, there are very few bugs like me. I don't think there are that many bugs. You know, like I had a couple crashes on stream, you know, the other day. Absolutely, that's bugs. The game crashed. You know, every once in a while, yeah, you'll get some buggy behavior. But for me, for the most part, I don't get that many bugs. And then you'll look and people are like, oh, there's this bug where the wheels are always squealing. Well, that's really not a bug. It's I would say designed behavior so that you can actually build a transmission. It doesn't have to be perfect. You know, so some of it sometimes comes down to design. So, you know, the reason I started talking about that again is the Chort's talking about how, you know, they've got their Steam stuff working. Like, you know, that's what they do. They build Steam stuff. And so I would say in the last couple of days, they've been doing a lot of testing. And so they're really good at Steam. And so it's easier for them to come up with solutions to the problems. You have somebody who is not very good at Steam, who might not know anything about Steam IRL, and they're going to blame the game right off the bat for the systems aren't working. And so that's kind of, you know, that's my gripe with it is absolutely when something's wrong with the game, like for example, the first day the gravity was screwed up. They screwed up the gravity. The devs screwed up the gravity 100%. That's not on us, that's on them. But once they fix that, you know, buoyancy in ships is working really well. You can see that other people are building ships that are buoyant and perfectly fine. It is no longer the devs' issue. It's, you know, design issues on our part. And with a game like this where we design the equipment, it's very easy for us to be the cause of the problem and not the game. You know, and it doesn't excuse when the game is the problem, but there's a lot of times when it is the builder's issue of why it's not working. That should be a 0. Okay. This is when I love to like cheat and just like do it easy and like not redo the letters and like do what I started doing. I'm like, nah, it's just ugly doing that. So I was gonna just try to flip them. I'm like, ah, I'll leave a gap. I'm like, nah, I can't leave a gap. It's gonna look ugly. Yeah, it doesn't take that long to do it the right way and just spin the letters and numbers around. I actually like this Heston like this. That's actually kind of cool because it needed to be a 5 to get the E to look right, but I kind of like that. That came out pretty good. Like at range, you can tell that's an E. You can tell the S's are S's, and that's not bad for a 4. You know, because usually getting things even is tough. The ends came out really nice. The ends came out nice, so that looked pretty good. I couldn't make the 4 look right. The 4, like the Heston 4, looks like this. That's like hideous. Yeah, that's hideous. So it like I had to make it 5 and do a open-ended 4, but I need to come up with some finish on here. Probably this on this side on the real one. There's a ladder. So I might put in a ladder on this. I have to figure out how the hell to do that to make it look right. Yeah, can I do it? 45 is not right. Let me see, rail. I think that's black too. Let me see. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get the railing to look right, but we'll see what I can do with this. It's not going to be a functional ladder anyway, but yeah, let's see. What do I want to do here? Could go like this, because it's a pretty steep ladder. It's like that. And then I could do pipe segments to try to make it offset from what the bale catch looks like. That's not too bad. Not beautiful, but it's not terrible either. That one's too far off. But yeah. But kind of long story short of that rant is, like, I'll often see it, you know, it's right up, it's very easy to blame the game for something that might be, because you don't know what you don't know. You don't know that it was something you did that broke your stuff. So it's easy to say, oh, the game broke my stuff, when sometimes, not always, of course, it is something you did that broke it. And you know, it's frustrating, because if you don't know how to fix it, it's very frustrating to be like, I broke it and I have no clue how to fix it. That's tough. And I think that's why you'll see some people, they'll immediately just go blame the game, as it's you know, because they don't know how to fix it. And it sucks. It sucks when you don't know how to fix it. So it's an understandable human reaction, even though I don't think it's the right reaction. Let's see. Fortunately, all the steps have to be like 45s anyways to make them just work. I might do a short ladder. Damn it. I wish they would give us more ladder pieces. So many, especially for ships and boats. Like having a steeper ladder is nice. All right, let me check up some chat here. Too high of our RPS at the moment. Let's see. 15 is max, and then it's supposed to be 10%. So let me check. Let me quickly check the microcontroller. Let's see. So PTO multiplier at 0.1. Let's go 0.05. Let's try that. Let's slow that PTO down a little bit. But that's nice. With a little property, I can make it look a little bit better. Curious what the real PTOs are running at. I'll have to look them up. You know, everything's geared to, like the plunger would go through a gearbox. So the plunger could move at a separate gearbox. Like the pickup would be moving at one, the plunger, like that I would say is more realistic, because you need time for the pickup throws the, say, the hay into the knives, and then there's another spinning wheel the opposite way, cutting it through the knives and then throwing it up, and then it goes up here, and it is then put in front of the plunger, which pushes it against the bale and makes a flake. But I love how the plunger makes it shake. That's cool. And then, you know, like, I might keep this so that the pickup really doesn't touch the ground all that much. But yeah, that's much better. I didn't like the fins. The fins didn't look right. I like the new pickup. The panels look really good. The panels came out nice. I need to work on the back a little bit there. Like I said, there's a ladder on there, which was a good piece of detail that I can't. I could put the wheel sticks out enough. Maybe I'll just stick a regular. You know what I can do here? I think I have an idea. Let's try this. I haven't done this before. Let's see if this looks absolutely ass or it looks all right. Let's make it body color. I think it's body color. Let's do handles. I've never tried this. Let's see if this works. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to like it. Because what I was going to do is do a ladder like this. And then tip it. I don't think I like the handles, though. I was hoping they would look kind of like the ladder pieces, but I don't necessarily hate it. I just need some level of detailing there. And then put... Because I need some detailing in the back there to obscure kind of the cage. And then there were like a bunch of pipe railings I could put on there. So let's see. And then what's a... let's do like, I don't know, 0.25. See how I like the look of that? Actually, that's not too bad. It could come down a little bit longer, but it kind of looks like a ladder. It functions like a ladder. Yeah, that kind of, I like that. That gives it a little detailing on there. Kind of stops a little abruptly. Let me read some chat. I keep reading one thing and moving on. Let me see. The pickup is not connected. I was about to write. Yep. Yeah, usually I pick up that stuff pretty quickly. Yeah. Microcontroller's roof on a small build's always nice. F2? You want to see the F2 of it? Okay. There's the F2. Yeah, it's anything where moving mechanical parts, it's like you got to be super careful. You cannot land a plane nicely in Stormworks. Piece of cake, man, piece of cake. Yeah, and that's the thing is it's like your statement right there, I cannot land a plane nicely in Stormworks. Or you'll get somebody who'll be like, you cannot land a plane nicely in Stormworks. Like, no, you cannot, I can. And that's again, like that person, that's why I responded to them with a video of, like, they wanted to argue with me. I was like, you can land, I land planes perfectly fine in Stormworks. It's just knowing how to fly and make sure your airplane, works properly. And they were like, no, you can't. I was like, oh, really? And it's like, that's the sort of thing. It's like, at some point you need to internalize, oh, well, maybe, just maybe, it's something I did, I got Steam working after 10 minutes. Nothing was wrong. Yeah. I think it's the first thing is, it is easy to complain about the game sucking. It is harder for you to learn what you need to do to make something work. And so it's the easy thing, sometimes. And it's and you can tell some people just get frustrated. And the best thing to do is, and sometimes I've certainly took me a lot of years to learn it is, and I still screw up, is sometimes I get frustrated and instead of just taking a breath and waiting and thinking about it and taking a little break, you'll write something you regret. And it's like, sometimes you kind of need to learn, and it's a long life lesson sometimes of, you need to friggin' take a break and see if it's something silly you did. How many times I made silly mistakes that I go back and fix, and it's one reason, like, I'm sure people think I'm a shill for the devs, but it's like, what I try to do is I try to put myself in somebody else's shoes, which some people just do not do. And I put myself in their shoes and I try to think, is there anything that I've screwed up that seemed super simple from the outside, but it was an honest, silly mistake that I made, and you felt stupid afterwards, but, we all do it. And it happens every day in Stormworks. How many times have I done something stupid that was silly, and not even, I say stupid because I'm, talking about myself, but something that was a silly, small mistake that I've made that is quickly fixed. And like what was it? I was working on, I think, Albatross. I was pulling my hair out in Albatross for hours, and I didn't look at the build and realized that I had not connected one composite. And once I did that, it fixed it and was working fine. And it was something silly and it was something small. And now you've kind of put it out to like the devs working on something. And it's the same sort of thing. It's like, there are a couple people, like, looking at their statement this week, there was a statement on there that you could tell was directly referencing one comment that I've seen on Reddit and Steam. And there's been a comment of essentially accusing the devs of being liars, that they didn't actually test anything. They didn't test anything. That's the claim that these people were making, was the devs really didn't test anything. Because, of course, if they tested, they would have caught this. All right. Now, there are plenty of things that I have tested that I didn't catch mistakes. for challenges and for my own builds and everything else. So I'm compassionate towards that. And so that was their accusation that people were making on Reddit this week. That of course the devs did zero testing. And so part of this week's response is I bet the devs read it and were like, of course we did testing. We did this many testing. We just missed something. And we've all done that. And so that was part of the response. And you know, there were some people who were butthurt about it because they thought, oh, they're criticizing me. And it's like, no, did they directly reference you? No, then they're not criticizing you. They're referencing the people who said they did no testing. You know, and then, you know, there are still people on Reddit who yesterday were like, oh, nobody put out any death threats against them. It's like, you know, of course they did. You know, I think it's pretty reasonable. We could see some of the unhinged people and extrapolate, yeah, that some of these unhinged people probably put out some death threats. You know, is it really that hard to imagine that those people who were really super unhinged put out death threats? No, it's not. You know, but that's what they were referencing with this update this week. And you had a bunch of people who were just like frothing at the mouth, like ready to just like take it as though it was a personal attack. And it's like, if you saw that as a personal attack, I think you need to look in the mirror, because I don't see anything what they said as a personal attack to me, because I didn't do a bunch of unhinged stuff. You know? So I didn't see it as a personal attack to me at all. You know, and I think the problem is they resemble those remarks. They see those remarks and they're like, oh, I did some unhinged stuff and I'm a little bit guilty of it myself. And so, you know, they were talking about me, and then that hurts their fifis. You know, I think that makes sense to me of why those people are a little bit, annoyed by what the devs put out this week. I don't know if I like that. I do not. I don't like I don't like the, what do you call it? The yellow color of that. Let's see. I don't think it's under guns. It's under weapons, I think. Weapons. There we go. Let me finish up some of this chat. I keep trying to get the chat. Yeah, crawling inside of moving equipment is always a risky endeavor. How's it going there, Nikki? Oh, thank you. Appreciate that, Rasmus. Yeah, I think it came out pretty good. Yeah, Rasmus keeps pointing out the things that I keep fixing before I get to his comments. Case Magnum 8920. Half gear. Okay, it runs about 50% for the PTO. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you figure, you know, a lot of those things you're not going to want to be running engine RPS. You just figure, you know, one, you'd eventually get the flywheel moving, but you know, like the plunger, you probably don't want moving ultra fast, because you're not gonna be able to get the flake up in the strop in there in time to make a flake. If it's moving too fast, you probably are the knives and the tines moving faster. Yeah, that's kind of that's a normal diesel for tractors, like on-road tractors too. Is about our normal operating was on road was about 1100 to 1600 on like that was for Mac, you know, different engines, different RPM ranges, but yeah, that sounds about right. So the tractors are pretty much in line with the on-road tractors. Makes sense. What was I working on? This is the that's a bale roller there. I need to put a bale roller controller on there. What is this? That needs to go bye-bye. So I'm digging that. That little staircase doesn't look bad. I'm going to probably, F2. There we go. That doesn't look bad. It's a little bit of detail. It helps me jump up on the roof. I really wish we could get some angled pipes and stuff, because there is supposed to be like there is a catwalk in the back here. Let me see if I can get a catwalk on here. On the catwalk, yeah. Do my little thing on the catwalk. There is a hatch door here. I could put in, so this is where the knotters would be for knotting the bales. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this a little bit and put a blower fan on top, because you blow out the straw because the straw clog everything up. I was watching video on some of the Heston stuff the other day, so kind of seeing the mechanics of it a little bit more. Go like that. You know, I can't get as small of a small as of a motion as you get on the real ones because we have 1x4s. Put a blower there, I think. Do I want it proud or do I want it recessed? I think I want it recessed. Proud just means sticking out. There we go. That gives it some good depth, I think. Yeah, I think that looks better. A little bit of detailing on there. Trying to keep it, you know, in line with the 4900. 4900 had lights on the top like that. I just can't get the railings to look the way I'd want them to look on this. Could try a couple railing pieces, see if I can get it to look all right. Like it had railings on either side like this. And then you know, the railings are good detailing. I like them for that. Yeah, they look very square. I wish I could angle that a little bit. Could do this. Let's try this. Where would I have to go for that? I'm trying to see if I can do the curve piece. That might give me a little bit of, make it look a little square. It's looking ultra square if I just put it like the 2 set on there. I have to cut that out to do it. I'm gonna stick it there, see what it looks like. I could put an XML block through there. I'll probably end up doing that. So that'll look good. Put an XML block in there. Where's the end piece? There it is. Kind of just a little railing around the knotters. Oh, you gotta go one more too? You suck. You suck so bad. Oh, that's a pain in the balls. That really is. Oh, well. Dig some more railing pieces. I really could. Might as well just finish the whole railing and cage there if it's going to be all the way across like that. Turn the music back on. Let's see. Curves in. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Just attach, you scum. Oh my god. Attach, you scum. It's gonna be, there we go, thankfully. Jesus Christ. I don't know, I kind of like it open in the front there. Like as though you need to crawl through and kind of hit something. Alright, and then I'm going to XML a block here so I can put the 1x4s back on. So this is going to go... Alright, and where's my block here that I had? You're right here, aren't you? Aren't you there, guy? Okay. Pre-painted on one side too, gorgeous. Oh, I don't, yeah, I need that to get under the, oh, you're gonna be annoying now. It's taking multiple pieces, huh? Okay, so that's fine, that can go right there. Alright, and then we'll go like this. Alright, and then I'll just do like that. A little bit sharper, I think, looks better anyway. Yeah, I think that's a little bit better. That's the nice thing with like some of these industrial stuff or farming stuff is you get, you know, it doesn't need to be aerodynamic, so it can be big boxy. You know, even like some of the new Balers are really aerodynamic looking for no apparent reason. I'm stuck. This is like a death pit right here. But yeah, I'm digging on that. That's looking pretty good. What I could do is put a piece of angle pipe on here and match that to the angle pipe. Then that would look attached. I might go back on this a little bit. Let's see. Let's try something here. Let's go black on that. I want to... make that like it's holding the ladder. So what I'll do is I'll grab a keypad. There we go. That looks good. So 0.1 meets up with the pipe. And it's digging in the Heston a little bit. I don't like that. Ugh. Could do pipe and windows. Let's try that. It'll look funky, isn't it? I'm not gonna be able to hit that on the right on the money. It's gonna look funky. What's a railing piece look like though? I'm just trying to place it. Just place the thing. Probably that would work. Just do pipe segments. I might just do pipe segments, screw it. I don't like the yellow showing though. That's just nasty looking. It draws like too much attention to it. Yeah, I don't like that. Yeah, I don't like that either. Do handles now instead of doing 2 handles. Let's try that. How are you gonna line up? You gonna line up or are you gonna piss me off? Yeah, we'll see what I think of this. Yeah, don't like that at all. I like the other ladder better. Just look through parts, see what I find that doesn't suck. It's an even number and it's very narrow, so. Probably gonna be the handles, I'd say. Could do empty cases. That's a thought. I don't like doing the HUDs. HUDs freaking throw the cost up like a mother for no good reason. Not that I really care about the cost of this thing, but it's more of a play build. It's not really going to do anything. Maybe even, maybe manifold pieces could look alright. Try manifolds, see if I like that. Probably not. Already kind of grossed out by them. Yeah, I'm gonna see the parts too. Gross. Alright, I'm just gonna go with the handles. They worked. They were fine. Let's do. Probably slightly change the color, make it a little bit on the darker side to give it a little contrast at some point. That's not going to be able to tip in there properly. I'm just trying to get it so that it's not on the Heston, frankly. What I could do is cut that. And then I need to cut this one here. And that will slide under there. And then that won't interfere with the Heston as much, maybe, theoretically. It's not going to come out there, is it? It's going to be up here. Okay. Yeah, let's give this a run, see what we like of this ladder. I might put some of that gray color in the pipes, so the pipes are a different color. Probably do that. Nope, down one was right. If I go there, yeah. Just go 0.1 again. Yeah, so we'll just do 0.1 and we'll go down an extra on the like the pipe attach. Okay, I'm digging that ladder. I like it a little bit longer as well. Okay, that's good there. Let's paint these a different color. A little bit of contrast. Very monochromatic, so give it a little bit of color contrast. There we go. Nice. Oh, that's good. The color contrast helps. Nice. Yep, that's good detailing in there. I like that. Now it's not glitching through the Heston as much. Still a little bit, but it's not terrible. I could probably put the squares back in. I'm going to put the squares back in. Yeah, so that's pretty good. I don't know what's on the other side. Let me see if I can find it. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna find some pictures of this. Oh, pistons. Pistons would be a good decoration on there. Yeah. Ah, that's a terrible picture. I'll bring the pictures up in a second, guys. I'm just trying to... Alright, so like here, let's see this. I don't like visiting the site, but it sometimes is the best way to get the image to be a reasonable size. So here's like, that's the back left side. These are the railings. Has lights in the back, so that'll be a good feature. Put that in. So these spots I think will move up. Put some on the back like that, I think, and we'll get rid of those. Okay. So it has flashing oranges in the back. Has this is for bale diameter here for the squash. Want to do a trip wheel there. That's the ladder that I was trying to get. Fire X, good detail there. Okay, so that's on the driver, the left side, and driver's side, driving in the middle. But here's the right side. Hydraulic lines there look like the bale knives for going up and tying the bale. So this should be pulled up by the hydraulic there. These knives will go through, and then it will the knotter will knot the knots and tie them off. I wish I could do a triangle without it being absolutely huge and bulky. So maybe a bar here with the embers on there. So let's see. Let's try something here. Trying to get it right in the middle here. I want to let me place that there. That's interesting. Okay. Problem is, maybe too long. Can't put them out on the sides like this. I'd like to put them on the sides like this, but they'll be wider than the baler is. If I pipe it, I could push the roller out one. Might do that. I might push the roller out one. Yeah, bale roller might come out one. Let's see. Because I'm not going to be able to attach properly unless the bale roller comes out one. Let's push that out one. Okay. And then, let's see. How wide is this? They don't line up, do they? It'd be too damn easy if they lined up. Let's go like this. Let's go end piece right here. There we go. That's the right width for us. And that's actually touching, so it looks like it attaches. Good. Let's cut you. Put that on there. All right. Yeah, this problem is the spots look the best, but I don't want to be casting huge spotlights on there, so I'd much rather do indicators, but kind of they're gonna be too bulky. Make the bale roller a little bit longer too, maybe. Let's see. Yeah, I wanted the bale chute a little bit longer anyway, so that's I think an improvement. See if I can get a triangle on there that doesn't look stupid. I find it highly unlikely that I can do that. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to get a triangle on there. It doesn't look stupid. Just don't think it's going to happen. There's the knives for tying up the bales, the knotters, accumulator, a controller. I want to do this pinwheel of death. This trips the knives. So as the bale goes, it grabs onto these fingers and it turns it, and then it turns enough times, and it will trip the knives to go up and complete the bale. Suspension on there for the then it's not suspension. Suspensions are what I'm going to use, but it's for changing the diameter of the bale. So that would be a good addition. So let's see. It'd be a pain in the ass and make it hard for me to do this. Of course you are. Let's see. gaps suck. The gaps make this really a pain in the ass. Yeah, the gaps are really no fun with this because it's like I can't get it to look like it's attached. I don't want it hovering. Could follow with some pipe. Not my favorite, but desperate times. Could be a could be good for color contrast as well. What? I was gonna say that better attach. Give me this one fucking piece there. Oh, clicked on 5 times. Okay. Make sure that doesn't freak out. Nope. What? It pushed this down because it's not merged. All right, I gotta merge that up. Why are you not merged? All right, merge. You suck. Could just make it hold the top too. Sometimes I get those to merge, I thought, but I guess I can't. Alright, there we go. Alright, looks good. It adds a little bit of detailing on there. Read some chat. Yeah, it makes sense for them to have their own reduction gearboxes and whatnot. Because you need to run everything at different RPMs, so it makes sense. Yeah, you don't want to be flinging a stone up and over the house. Yep. Yeah, it's like Rasmus said, one of the hardest things to realize when you make something the first time and something that you can't control is to blame, you know. Yeah. Yeah, the triangle is just so frickin'... I could see what I could do is put the triangle in the back. Like I could go right here. I just can't put it where it is in the real model. I could put it right here, so like I could go right there. And just put a small one. Yeah, like I could put that. That would be a little bit of detail on there. It's small. So these here are kind of neat. These are these little reflectors will tell you if the essentially when the knotters come in, if they're all at the same level. So if you have one that's way off, you know something's up. All right, so it's like a red, black outline red, and then orange in there. Okay, it's gonna be tiny, but whatever. Okay. That's too wide. Okay. Trying to keep it a little bit on the wide end. I think I'll do doubles. I think it'll still look fine. Okay. You know, all our engines screw the red off. Alright, it's not perfect, but it is what it is. The tines. Yeah, I want to do that wheel. Don't know if there's anything I can get in there that I like, though. See where we have the parts that I can do a couple fins maybe in there. Try to think what I would do for the center shaft of it and everything else. That's what's kind of gonna be oversized too. Everything's gonna be huge. So. Nothing wants to place in there, and it's annoying me. See how huge this is now. So what I'll do is cut the bottom one. Be the other way around too. Be the bale, turn it like this. It's not too bad. A little bit of detail, a little bit of something on there. A little something, something. Looks funky with the bottom one missing, but I can't do it without. I'm gonna cut it. Is that on point one? It did. Okay. All right. Coming along nicely though. Where am I gonna hide all these microcontrollers in this? I have no clue though. I'll probably stick one. I don't know. I haven't decided if I'm gonna put a 3-point hitch on there or not. Stop backing up. Push, 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 push. Yeah, I think the detailing looks good. Like the back was very, and edited abruptly. It was very square looking. This is like starting to, like a little bit of angle pieces, some struts on there. It's like starting to look like it has a little bit of color differential. Like I probably put some contrast color on there. Try to make it look a little less monochromatic. Probably take a break here in a little bit. So like I'll probably go like that maybe to like all this mechanism will be this color. Yeah, make the mechanism all that color. Like even like do that maybe. Yeah, that gives it a little bit of contrast, a little bit of differential color on there. Yep. That's an improvement. I'll probably make the center, though. I'm going to make the center this orange. Yeah, we'll do that again. We'll make the center orange. Just make the pivots gray. The ladder's... Okay, the ladder is getting pissed off up there. Alright. So I think what we'll do here is... We're going to do a little geometry here. See how the mechanics on that work, because that was causing phantom physics. Oh, it's hitting that. Okay, I see what it's doing now. What? Why? Should be able to go through there, no problem. Why is it? Should be pushing this out. Maybe that's digging the top in more. Yeah. Let's do this. I'm gonna simplify that. I don't need it to be. Let me check the colors again. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna simplify it. It's gonna go up one. Kick it out more like that. Then I'll be less inclined to act the fool. Yep, that's not being a pain in the ass right now. Perfect. Probably a little bit less for the pipe there, so like 0.09 or something. Okay. Let's see what. There's something else I wanted to fix. Oh, I need to paint the color here. There we go. That's not having phantom physics. It was jamming that block in, which was causing it to rotate on its own. Now it's better. It's not touching the Heston. It's better angle on it. There we go. Nice. kind of happy with this. This came out well. Yeah, I've been looking for something to build. Kind of. You know, I think the game's in a pretty good place where it's yeah, everything. You know, everything for me is at least playable. You know, I could put my new. If I have space, I'll put my new air brake system in here. I enjoy the air brake system work. It came out nicely. But I'm content with this so far. I could, as I say, I could raise the engine up one and just kink the connection. And that way I could put fuel underneath. That's a thought. I don't like to do it, but I could do the little the glitchy thing where you put fuel through your drive shaft. Could do that. I don't mind it though the way it is. Just needs a filler. But that turned out well. Let's see if I can't. Let's get rid of that. I'm gonna quickly do a record here, and I'll make a GIF of this with the working PTO. I think decoration-wise, it came along nicely. Functionally, it you know, it drives, it steers, the PTO works, it doesn't bind as it's taking turns. I think the PTO looks good and is nice piece of interest. Colors and the panels look good on there. Nice thing is this doesn't actually have to really work, so it's like, you know, mostly for looks. But it will get light control. So when I finish the tractor, I'm going to try to kind of standardize the lighting. So, you know, you'll have you know, forward lights, high beams, rear lights, side lights, something like that, and that will do the same for the baler. But stable. The gearbox is working really well. Like, this is only a 6-cylinder. And this should be pretty damn strong with a 40-to-1 gear ratio, you know. And it'll be a nice tool. It'll be, you know, it's not going to be useless. It's going to be nice to have it around for, you know, for I could tow airplanes with it. I can pretty much do whatever I need. Something that's just a tractor, you know. I'm not digging the piping there. I like using those liquid air exchanges for like pipes, but it just doesn't look right. So maybe I'll do one and then put the air intake lower, and then do like more of a straight for the exhaust. Oh, excuse me there, ladder. Oh, forgot I have to go all the way down through the gears to go in reverse. I'm just completely jammed up in here. There we go. I'm out. This has been a fun build. You know, it's nice to get back in the game, and it's this is a fun one to get in after, especially playing a lot of farming sim lately. The you know, it's made it something fun to build. Yeah, turn off the pivot sound would be nice, but it would be so loud anyways. You know, you'd be hearing the dunk 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 of the plunger. Need to read some chat here. Am I off display cap? I am good. Let me just check something here, and I'll probably take a break. Yeah, I think this is a fun build. You know, I've been kind of struggling what I want to get back into, and I really didn't want to get into something that was going to be super duper. Like, doing the cockpit of an airplane would take me forever. I'm very particular of that, so something that was nice to do something a little bit simpler. Go into photo mode. Why? Is that something people are having a problem with? I know you can hide your character. Was it a bug? Where is the hide camera? There, hide player. Yeah, it looks like it's not hiding player. Is that something that people were talking about? I don't know. I never hide it, so I never even use it. Yeah. Alrighty, so thank you, Side Mountain, FS Gamer, Connor Boyle, Danny, Sergeant Chaos, Aaron Repairs All, and Citrus for being members. Thank you to Chicksaw for being a patron. If any of you guys are interested in that, you can go ahead and look down in the description for that. Thank you to all the subscribers. Thank you to all the members. Game's looking like it's in pretty good shape now, so I need to catch up on some stuff. And then looking into the next build challenge. Don't know what it's going to be yet. It's going to be a land challenge. But I don't know what it's going to be yet. So still have to decide, figure it out. So thank you guys for watching, and I will see you in the next one.